Big motion. Big time motion.
All right, guys, welcome back to our latest live stream. Really going quickly into this already. This is Connor Croft live on a storm in the North Texas Panhandle that has rapid rotation right now. You can see that on your screen near Spearman, Texas. This is in the Texas Panhandle.
Every time it funnels, it dissipates.
And again, we're going to let Connor talk here for the next few minutes, but this is a tornado that is possibly going to drop here within the next few minutes. We do have strong rotation on radar. It is very close to dropping a tornado. And this is live right now here in the Texas Panhandle with Connor Croft storm chasing with us. A potential tornado about to drop in Spearman, Texas.
New funnel right in the middle.
And there's your funnel. There's a lot of rotation right happening in the storm. This is unbelievable. We are like close up on this storm right now in Spearman, Texas. This has rapid rotation right now in the Texas Panhandle.
I genuinely don't know how this thing isn't on the ground.
And near Spearman, Texas, very strong rotation right now. Again, if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter immediately in Spearman, Texas. Bottom right of your screen is that hook echo and everything. This is a very impressive storm on radar, and it's also rapidly rotating as we speak.
Oh my god!
Sorry, give me one second.
Motion is so crazy.
Sorry, I'm trying to fix the buffering issue. Okay, it should be better now, hopefully. Come on. We keep having technical issues. That's why we're getting a new computer. For some reason, these browser sources are killing me on OBS. It's, again, doing this loading thing. I'm trying to get it back. Give me 1 second. One moment, please. Once again, this is live in Spearman, Texas, where a tornado is about... Oh, it's on the ground. There you go. Tornado just dropped on this storm in Spearman, Texas. Sorry, I missed that. That tornado just dropped briefly. It could drop again.
Wow, that was a quick tornado.
That was a very quick tornado.
Might still be on the ground in there. Power flash, it's still on the ground.
It is still on the ground, apparently. There are power flashes.
It's still on the ground. This needs to be observed, tornado. It's gonna go again. It's gonna go for it again. It's still on the ground, I think. It's not condensed.
Once again, this is live in Spearman, Texas right now. Just had a tornado on the ground. It could drop again. Tornado can't drop with the video stuck. I will go back and play it, by the way. If it doesn't drop again, I'll go back and play it because we're having technical issues there.
Ground anymore, just like that.
Once again, this is in Spearman, Texas right now. Rapid rotation. We just had a brief tornado touchdown in the storm, and it could drop again at any time.
Just like that, it's reorganizing. It's trying to cycle here. Still right in front of us. Gotta make sure it doesn't cycle right on top of me. It's more important here.
I literally just ran back from my final exam, by the way, for those that are wondering. So we started off very quickly here. We are going to go back and play that tornado if you're just tuning in a moment. Rotation's bottom right of your screen, by the way, as of 3 minutes ago. That was very strong rotation.
Still going right there.
Right over the east side of Spearman there. Oh, God. I don't know why we keep having technical issues. Come on. This laptop is killing me right now.
Big clear slot.
Hopefully it stays like this. Trying to refresh it again.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And now it's not even on the right stream. All right, we're just going to go back to this for now, and we'll pull them back up in a minute. I don't know why we keep having technical issues. It is extraordinarily frustrating, but again, we'll go back. We'll keep it at the bottom right of your screen. It is working there, or it should be at least. I don't know if it's going to. Yeah, it's not really working. Oh my god, I don't know why we keep having issues with live stream footage, but I'm trying to fix it. It's just I don't know why OBS is using so much CPU on this. Sorry guys, I'm trying to fix it. Give me a second. This is pretty critical because, again, this storm is trying to produce a tornado near Spearman, Texas. All right, bottom right of your screen. That's your lowering right there. We'll pull them up full screen via YouTube to make it easier. But we do have a new tornado warning that's going to be issued on a different storm. It's the one in Kansas. So again, we have a brand new tornado warning here in Kansas. If you're in this warning just southeast of Colby, just southwest of Waukene, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Once again, this is a brand new tornado warning just south of Interstate 70, south of Quinter in Kansas. So again, that's moving northeast. This storm has been trying to produce a tornado. We are going to continue to watch this very closely over the next several minutes as it moves northeast. And once again, the tornado warning that Connor's on that we're looking at right now, it has a very definitive funnel cloud and is probably about to drop a tornado. And it's about to drop again. Yeah, I'm just going to go on full screen on here. All right, there again, Connor Croft on the storm. And is trying to drop a tornado right now near Spearman, Texas. There's a condensing funnel cloud right now. Let me put on his audio. One second, audio's not working either. What is new? Or maybe it is. Can you guys hear the audio, or can you guys not hear the audio? Alright, either way, I'm just going to take it off for a second. Again, that is Connor Croft on that storm bottom right of your screen that's trying to produce a funnel cloud and a tornado near Spearman, Texas. Again, this is moving east-northeast. That rotation was very strong there for a moment where we did have a brief tornado near Spearman. And again, that is currently moving to the northeast. It looks like it's occluded for the time being, but there is a chance that this does recycle as it moves to the northeast, eventually going towards Waca, Texas, and eventually towards Farnsworth. Once again, if you're in this area, continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is officially a confirmed tornado. Connor's looking at it. We don't see a confirmed tornado, but we will go ahead and put on the tornado confirmed just for the time being.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So yeah, we did have a tornado here. Moments ago, Connor was on it. Again, we had that a little earlier in the stream at the very beginning, but this did drop a tornado. It looks like it's lifted for the time being, so it may not be there, but it could drop again at any time as this continues to move to the east, northeast, and northeast over the next several minutes. So once again, if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're in this warning, as this storm will continue to move to the east, northeast over the next several minutes. Yeah, once again, we are going to be upgrading to a new computer extremely soon because I cannot deal with these technical issues. They have been painful to say the least. It only happens when we go full screen too now. I don't know what it is really. It's really annoying. But welcome in everybody. Again, we do currently have two different tornado warnings. We have one that's back up in Kansas, and then we have one that's back over here in Texas near Spearman. This is the one that is confirmed right now. As of now, it looks like it's lifted. So once again, right middle or bottom right of your screen, that's where that wall cloud is that just produced a tornado. And once again, this could drop another tornado at any time as this storm continues to develop over the next several minutes here in Texas. And there's now a new mezzo that's developing right there. So that's going to be the one that's going to try to produce a tornado now. That Connor's looking at the bottom right of your screen. That's the new mezzo. So there's a completely different area of rotation now in this storm that we're looking at. And it's going to be right in here. Right in here would be your new area of rotation that's developing. So that would be our new area of rotation that we're going to be watching here over the next several minutes that could drop a tornado. So bottom right of your screen, we'll have that there for the next few minutes there as he continues to go throughout the storm. And once again, we're having issues with the loading on this, and I don't know why. Oh, Lord. I don't even know what to tell you guys anymore. I mean, I'll try to keep fixing the issue, but this issue's only come up recently, so I just think we need a new CPU upgrade. But we will bring up a stream if anything does come up out of that storm. If there's any sort of, like, again, funnel cloud or lowering, I'll just put it up on the main screen here, and we'll have that up for you whenever that happens. But again, this is a tornado warning near Spearman, Texas. Moving to the east, northeast, and northeast over the next several minutes. It's going to be approaching 376 and Highway 15. So once again, if you are in this warning, you need to continue to stay in your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, your bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building and away from windows. So once again, this storm is currently moving to the east northeast very slowly overall. These are very similar to what we saw yesterday when it comes to storms. The storms themselves were quite slow overall yesterday, and that's kind of the same environment that we are going to have today with almost all of these storms for the most part. So a lot of these storms are going to be quite slow in nature here across the Texas area and even back into Kansas, but they are going to speed up later tonight once this becomes more of a uniform line of storms. And by the way, we do have some severe storms over in North Texas. Majority of those are not too significant, but we will continue to keep a close eye on that activity in case anything does happen there. But really the main concern right now, again, is this tornado that is has been confirmed. It has lifted in the last few minutes, but it could drop again at any time. So again, if you're near Spearman, Texas, just continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and lowest floor possible. We also have baseball-sized hail with this storm, so there is a significant hail core here that is producing significant hail. So that's another thing that you want to be keeping in mind here. If you are in this area, it could be producing significant hail that could go through windows, especially with the strong winds. So you definitely want to make sure, again, that you are taking the proper precautions here and just staying away from windows here near Spearman, Texas. And we're going to continue to stay on this storm. I think I may have fixed the issue temporarily. I'm not 100% sure, but we'll find out here in a second. I'm going to try to go back to Connor real quick, and we are going to try to do this one more time. Give it 1 second to update. I gotta update the stream here. It's not the right one. Okay. See if this works.
Oh wait, a funnel off to my left.
Right. Hopefully this works at least for now.
This thing tried again. This old mezzo just will not die. This old mezzo will not die. It's trying again.
Right there, that's a funnel cloud still. It's near Spearman, Texas, and it's freezing again.
Look at that funnel. That is unbelievable.
All right, there's your funnel cloud here at Spearman, Texas, in the middle of your screen. It's trying to drop once again.
Probably why this guy's struggling. Look at that thing, it's still going.
Again, this is live right now in Texas. Middle of your screen right now is that tornado that's trying to drop. The good news is it looks like it's in the middle of nowhere, basically. I mean, I don't see any homes at least. Bad news is it might drop a tornado. It looks like we have farmland there, though. And this is in the Texas Panhandle right now near Spearman. Bottom right of your screen is that storm.
That thing is thick.
Boris, you are insane. Put some hearts in the chat for Boris. You are literally insane with the $250 super chat. You are, I mean, you're crazy. I really do appreciate your generosity. I'm going to be getting that computer like ASAP, by the way. I'm ordering it tomorrow, there's no doubt. I mean, I'm so worked up with our stream quality, and it's not because I want a new computer, it's just because I want these streams to be high quality. You know, we've had so many issues recently, but right now it's fine. Hopefully it stays like that. Again, what you're looking at is a area of rotation, a little funnel cloud. Connor's looking at, he's pointing out the details here. I appreciate that, Boris. I really do appreciate you. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate your generosity. I don't know if Connor's looking at the other mezzo on that storm. The other mezzo is trying to develop. Bottom right of your screen, we do have a hook echo on this. So it is still trying to develop here.
Dude, look at that funnel! Look at that funnel! Dude, yes, look at that's a sideways funnel right there. Dude, it's been going for like Yeah, I know, dude. That funnel's been going on for like 10 minutes. Dude, look at it. That was the old tornado.
Dude, I saw it from the south.
Still got a funnel there.
Tornado?
I went across the damage path.
Oh, was there actually damage?
It went across the power.
Dude, I just sat and watched it. It planted for like 5 seconds and then like was gone. Wow. All right, it's starting to rain.
So there is another
through that
mezzo on the
window,
storm
so
that Connor wasn't looking at.
can't really
I do want to go to that real quick.
do that anymore. But wow, what an incredible evolution.
So there is another mezzo on this storm. So Connor was looking at the initial mezzo that developed on this, which is kind of like right about here. That's where that funnel cloud was, that brief tornado that we had touch down near Spearman. Now we're watching a new area, and that would be right in here. So it's kind of like a new little hook echo that we have developing here. I'm not sure if that's exactly what he's looking at. He might be. He was looking at something else too a minute or two ago before we were looking at that. So that's basically what we're looking at. You can see the rotation, by the way. It is trying to strengthen once again. And so if we do get a tornado, it's probably actually going to drop here close to highway or state road 759, whatever that is, just to the north again of 759. So that's what we're watching right now in this storm near Spearman, Texas. That's the hook. And again, it has strong rotation. Connor's right on it. It very easily could drop a tornado at any time. It's also producing baseball-sized hail, so Connor doesn't want to get, too close to the storm, because that is a significant hail core. We do have a hook echo on this storm northwest of Canadian, but that one right now not really rotating, so we'll keep a close eye on that if anything happens. Had a tornado with this activity earlier, but overall this activity is mostly wind and hail at this point down near Memphis. And we have a bunch of other storms near Lubbock, Texas, and near Midland. Overall, most of these storms are not super duper concerning. We do still have a tornado warning that is back up in Kansas. And let's check out the velocities here. We do have some developing rotation there. Pretty rural areas, but Quinter and Collier, you need to be staying vigilant. All right, let's go back to Connor here.
Just gonna get down the road for a second, so I'm in position to intercept.
Connor's going to be repositioning here on this storm. Again, hook echo bottom right of your
So
screen.
much rain on my side window, it's not even worth the GoPro.
Wait for the next velocity scan on this. Again, it's just east of Spearman, Texas now. We have a lot of different storms with hook echoes right now, by the way. This isn't the only one. We have a lot of storms with hooks. I do think this one's still trying to recycle, though. I mean, a lot of storms have hook echoes, but the most important thing that you need is wind shear and a strong inflow. These storms have a strong inflow. It's just a lot of the wind shear is the problem right now. The wind shear and the low-level winds are big problems with a lot of these storms. All right, we do have a quick second, but I do want to mention my final exam. I was like the first one done. It was actually not that hard. So we are done final exams. And we are officially not going to have any more issues going live, at least when it comes to school for the next, 4 months. So, good news there.
There's a cut coming in.
Then we're going to stay on Connor for the time being. Again, this is just east of Spearman, Texas. And again, still has a hook echo and is at least trying to recycle right now. So we're kind of in the middle stages here of there being a tornado again. Again, we had a brief tornado with us at the beginning of the live stream. You can go back. It was very brief. I will try to bring back up the clip at some point after the storm kind of winds down a bit. Somebody just said, good job, now go get a girlfriend. It's actually pretty funny. Just turned in yours 5 minutes ago. Congratulations. I know Storm Runner Media too. They just finished college. They were in, I think, Arizona. They're a storm chaser here on YouTube. Got their meteorology degree, I believe. Bro violated Max. Pretty much. Celebrate with Culver's.
I'm doing it right now. I'm gonna reposition.
I don't even know. We're celebrating with a live stream of severe weather, I guess. I don't really have any plans for, post-exam stuff here. Might have to do a Culver's DoorDash or something, though, maybe. gonna stay on Connor for a minute. I'm waiting for the next radar scan here. I'm gonna quickly check on the other storms. The bottom right. I'll let you know if there's anything else that's concerning when it comes to the tornado threat that is still in kind of progress here. North Texas storms, I'm not concerned with the tornado threat at this time. That threat is not going to exist until late tonight when this area of storms turns into more of a line. We do have a little bit of rotation
Just going through a cycle.
near Highway 86 and 70 south of Lakeview, Texas. Very rural, but mostly hail and wind, and a lot of that might be just contamination. I'm not seeing anything in Oklahoma right now that's concerning. We still do have a tornado warning in Kansas. And that, again, is not super strong rotation at this point, but we'll continue to keep a close eye on it.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right. We have a new tornado warning near Perryton, Texas. This is, again, northern Texas Panhandle. This was a confirmed tornado. They've just downgraded to radar indicated. If you hear the sound in the background, that is Connor. That's not me. I'm not in this tornado warning. If you're in this warning, though, again, near Perryton, northeast of Spearman. Again, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. Once again, that is also, by the way, this storm is also producing baseball-sized hail. It is a significant hailstorm. Once again, Connor has been on this for a while. Luckily, he has stayed away from the core of this storm because it is producing, once again, huge hail. So it's a relatively significant storm here that's still ongoing in Texas. So once again, continue to stay in your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible for Perryton, Texas, just east of Spearman. And again, that has a hook, has a massive hail core. Here's your hail core. 1 second. There's your hail core. And again, this is your hook echo that we have right now. It's trying to redevelop. Connor has a pretty good view right now at the bottom right of your screen of that storm. And again, just to pan out a little bit, just to give you an idea of what's happening. We've got a lot of severe weather in the Texas Panhandle. Eventually, a lot of this will race to the east later tonight. So Oklahoma, be mindful of that. Central Texas and even North Texas, that activity will eventually move towards your area. It's still a few hours out, though, for most of these areas. So just keep that in mind. We do have one storm near Elk City, but it's not really that significant. And we still do have a tornado warning in Kansas. And we also have a tornado possible in eastern Colorado. So another area to watch for. But that one that's, again, just southwest of Waukene, we are still watching for very closely in case it does try to drop something. But as of now, that rotation has remained broad on radar. And if anything changes, if we get any sort of reports, I will, again, let you know if anything changes there. The good news, again, so far is that a lot of these storms, and I mentioned this earlier today, a lot of the storms have been in rural areas. So, once again, a lot of these areas are rural. That's the good news. Yesterday, unfortunately, we had multiple towns, though, that were hit. And there are lots of small towns in these areas. But, again, it's a very isolated sort of situation. Like, we got in Texas Panhandle, we got Spearman, Groover, Perryton. And they're all within, like, 25, 30 miles or so. But, again, a lot of rural areas here. So that's really the only good news to today for when it comes to the tornado threat. At least we're not dealing with, like, you know, the central parts of Oklahoma, for example, or North Texas for the greatest threat for tornadoes. That's the only good news, really, because yesterday we had multiple tornadoes, and a lot of them impacted areas like Westmoreland, Kansas, where we had an EF3 tornado, by the way, yesterday. If you didn't hear about that, Westmoreland, Texas, that was an EF3 tornado. The lowest end that you can get on an EF3, but it was an EF3. So we had an EF3 yesterday. That one actually did, unfortunately, cause one fatality, 3 injuries. I think the maximum sustained winds were 140. That was the tornado that Reed Timmer was on. So, yeah, that was the tornado for those that might have been watching his stream when that dropped. But this is the latest on this velocity scan. You know, we do still have broad rotation, but this could cycle. Again, we have strong velocities going away from the radar, weaker going towards the radar, but this could definitely intensify over the next few minutes. And I guess Connor is seeing something. We're gonna go back to him. Or he might be seeing something. I heard him say something. Maybe a funnel or a wall cloud.
Funnel off to my left.
Okay, there's a funnel off to his left right now.
Funnels on the storm.
East of Spearman, Texas. So the drunk tornado that everybody calls it the drunk tornado now on this channel, the tornado that happened, the large and strong one that we're covering, the maximum damage that they could find was EF1. There wasn't many. There were like 2 places I think that were even hit by that, and they were kind of skimmed by the sounds of it. So that's all they could basically come out with that as. And you know, if there were more buildings there, I think it would have been a higher rating. Again, they base a lot of this off damage though. Winds on radar were again one of the highest gate-to-gate shears I've ever seen personally on radar. Again, I do think the tornado was probably worse when it came to the intensity, but it did not do that much damage, which is great news. It was a very rural tornado. When it took that U-turn, it really kind of saved a lot of the damage that could have happened in like Chattanooga, Oklahoma, for example. So, you know, the good news is it didn't really impact anybody. I think it again hit maybe 2 farms, maybe, or something like that. I haven't seen any damage photos, but that tornado was on the ground for 35 minutes. So it was a long track tornado that was on the ground there in Oklahoma. So very significant to say the least. Now, whether you agree or disagree with the rating, again, it's all based off damage. So, you know, again, if it hit like a few homes or whatever, it probably would have been higher. But regardless, it's great that it did not hit anything really.
Cry about it.
Somebody's honking at Connor. And this is the storm that is trying to produce a tornado right now. This is a eyes bird view, and again, we only have 2 tornado warnings. This is the one near Spearman, Texas, going towards Perryton. We have another one over in Kansas that has broad rotation. This is really the main storm right now. Have any more information about the tornado? I can see a
cycling machine.
I had information. I can tell you that. I don't know if I still have the information, but I did have information. Give me 1 second. I think I can find it. That's actually, I mean, that sun glaring through the clouds there is actually pretty beautiful. Here's your information.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So again, high-end EF1 tornado is the worst damage that they could find in northeast of Hollister and Tillman County. So that's the only information that I have right now. I think there might be more though, so just give me a second to find that. Okay, so the new tornado warnings in Colorado, that's near Vernon. Again, if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Is that velocity's updated? No, it's not. Velocities will update here in a second, so we'll stay here for a second, and then we'll go back to Connor probably, or might go back down to Texas. But this is, again, the area of rotation that's in eastern Colorado. Just waiting for the velocity scan in case this does try to do something. Fairly rural areas here of Colorado, and it's still relatively broad, but this will be the next area to watch for once again here in Texas. So again, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place near Vernon, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. I could have sworn I saw somewhere of the length of the tornado being on the ground for like 30 minutes. I could be wrong on that. I thought I saw something earlier. I don't see it anymore on their, at least on their Twitter page. But yeah, if there's any more information that you guys know of on that tornado, at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX, and I'll try to relay that information. It was somewhere, and I don't remember where it was. I saw some sort of link there. And here's that tornado warning back over. Oh, we got another one.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we're up to 4 tornado warnings. We got 2 in Kansas. We got 1 here. That's near Grove City. It might be more. I think that might be contamination, but either way, there is at least rotation there. And then also another pocket of rotation that is going to be approaching no towns, I don't think, here. It's in south central Gove County, north of the Helly area. Here in western Kansas, western central Kansas. So again, if you're in that warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. Again, those 2 storms I'm not super concerned about right now. They are very rural, But obviously, if you are in either of these warnings, just seek shelter. Again, we'll keep a close eye on the rotation on both of these if they do try dropping tornadoes. But right now, again, it's very rural parts here of Kansas, and even the storm back over in Texas. I mean, all these are really rural right now. So we'll focus our attention on anything that looks really concerning. You know, that's still a relatively broad area of circulation on both of those storms, but again, those could intensify at any time. This is the one in Texas, and again, Connor's bottom right of your screen has that view. We're going to go back to Connor here on this storm. That's that base here on this storm that is, again, just east of Spearman, Texas in the Panhandle. This one's been trying to produce a tornado.
It's trying to wrap a clear slot, but it's not doing it very successfully. It's trying to wrap a clear slot around it. Right in here, it's trying to wrap a clear slot. It's not doing it very successfully. There might be a funnel right there, though. There's so many funnel-looking things on this. I've seen like 30 funnels.
I think a lot of these funnels might just be like eddies.
It's just a big mezzo. It's starting to wrap, though. It's starting to wrap. Starting to wrap.
This is in Spearman, Texas right now. This is a massive mezzo, sorry. Not mezzo. I don't even know if that's a word. This is a massive mezzo, though, on this storm. Bottom right of your screen, that's the storm. I mean, again, it has a hook echo and everything. Rotation doesn't seem very impressive on radar, at least as of 3 minutes ago, but again, it could increase.
Definitely
rotation that we'd be looking at would probably be kind of middle ground near the, the cloud base. Mesothelioma, yes, thank you. That's exactly what I meant to say. For the record, by the way, about 25-ish minutes ago, this did drop a tornado when we were live. It was very brief, but there was a tornado on this storm, and it's very slow moving.
Mezzo.
And so it's very easy to chase in this environment. I mean, it's moving east at like 20 miles per hour. So again, this could drop a tornado, again, near Spearman, Texas. It's gonna be approaching Perryton, Texas in about 5 or 10 minutes. There's also baseball-sized hail, so you should be staying away from windows no matter what on this particular storm. Connor's not complaining about how slow it is. It's not moving very fast. By the way, I will probably be live again tomorrow night, just an FYI. We'll also probably be, I don't think we'll be live on Friday, but we'll be live tomorrow night most likely. Got another large marginal and slight risk. Large marginal, small slight. Is Connor eating a pineapple or an apple? Sounds like what I just heard come across the microphone.
Slow rotating mezzo. Sun's starting to come out.
Rotation in Kansas right now still relatively broad. The 2 warnings just south and east of Gove City. It's very rural right now. Closest city or town near this would be on Interstate 70 or near Quinter. So that is still relatively rural. And then the one that's over near Vernon, Colorado, that rotation is relatively weak right now. But if anything develops, again, we'll keep you posted. Again, we're not like leaving you out of the picture with those warnings. It's just nothing's really happening on those right now. When it comes to really any sort of strong rotation or a tornado dropping, which again, one could drop at any time. I'm just saying, nothing on radar that we can see there. That's very interesting. This is the one again in Texas that has been trying to drop another tornado. It's kind of in a recycling stage still.
Sorry, guys. As soon as I get near the storm, my cough goes nuts.
All right, we'll go back to Connor once he has a better view of that. He's just repositioning right now. All right, let me get to a couple notifications real quick. Thank you, Brielle, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Put some hearts in the chat for Brielle. That's the highest tier that you can get here on the channel. I do appreciate you becoming a Velocity member. Sorry, the bottom right's frozen again. I'll try to... Oh, wait, never mind. It's not frozen. It's just behind. Let me put it back to where it is. There we go. All right, so that's back to where it is. All right. Also, thank you, BMC. By the way, thank you to anybody that super chatted or became a member. We've had a lot of those recently. Thank you, Aaron, as well as Huku for the $10 super chats. Trampoline fund. We'll probably get a trampoline behind me. It'll happen at some point. Yeah, I do appreciate your generosity. Thank you, guys. Quick question: is it common to issue a tornado watch before a severe thunderstorm watch? It's very situational. Watches get issued for, you know, whatever the threat might be. That's what they're going to be issued for. So if there's a, you know, at least some sort of elevated chance for tornadoes in a particular day like today, there is going to be a tornado watch. If it's mostly going to be hail and wind with a very low tornado threat, we are not going to see some sort of tornado watch more than likely, because the tornado threat is just not going to be high enough for there to be that sort of outlook. So hopefully that makes sense. This rotation, by the way, is beginning to intensify here. And again, Connor's right on it. We'll probably have a pretty good view of that here in a minute or two. All right. Bottom right of your screen should be good now. And we'll go back to him full screen once he's back in position. But that rotation is definitely still trying. Again, that's your rotation right here, right near 376, just south of Farnsworth. It's going to be moving towards Perryton over the next several minutes. So once again, that's the area of rotation that we're watching for. And it's, again, producing baseball-sized hail. So there's some huge hail here. Wonder if he's actually going to see hail out of this. Behind the storm, if he ever is behind the storm. That'll be interesting, though. Oh, sorry. It's not on the ground, my bad. I don't know why it's on tornado on the ground. My bad. It's still tornado warning. Yeah, I don't know why it said that. My bad. No, I would have been talking about, if there is a tornado on the ground, I would be mentioning that. I don't know why it was on that, though. My apologies. Apologies for the confusion. But this one was on the ground at one point, but that was just an accident. A little disappointed. We've had no storms at all since 3 different neighbors got trampolines. Everybody's getting the trampolines now, but they're going to realize, you know, in a few weeks, once there's storms, those trampolines might not be there. Thank you, Vicky, by the way, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Also, thank you, Joe, for becoming a minimum velocity member. Let's go back to Connor. That is the storm there again here in Texas. That is trying to drop a tornado still near Spearman, approaching Perryton, Texas, in the Texas Panhandle.
Why does everything turn into a farm room?
The latest velocity scan still shows it to be pretty broad. I mean, it hasn't really intensified yet. We have a clear view of the storm with Connor.
I have to just stick to the main road until we go up the intercept. I'm not sure.
So nothing has like definitively intensified here, at least on radar. We've had a couple of little brief intensifications, but nothing definitive. I do want to quickly bring back your attention to Kansas. We'll go back to Connor in a minute. This is a storm in Kansas right now that has a little bit more rotation. It's going to be approaching Highway 23. This is our area of circulation that we're looking at. South of Gove City. I'm not sure what the population area is, but it's a very rural area. I'm just trying to point that out here. It's very rural here in Kansas, south of Quinter in western central Kansas. So that's still a storm that could produce something, but the rotation is still broad, and the other storm is no longer warned. And then the one that's back over in Colorado, that rotation has not really been strong. That's also been relatively broad. That'll be moving towards eventually Hagler, and as well as maybe St. Francis in Kansas, and as well as back over here in Nebraska. So that's the latest here again on these 2 other tornado warnings. Main focus right now is still gonna be the Texas storm. We have a great visual on it, and those 2 are still relatively broad. So again, we'll keep you posted if anything changes on that activity.
Whoa, big rainbow.
For those that are in those areas, again, we're not leaving you out. Just again, nothing too impressive on radar that we can see. But if you're in any pink polygon, you seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. And there's a rainbow right there that Connor's looking at. A beautiful Texas rainbow. Thank you, Aaron, by the way, for becoming a maximum velocity member. Also, thank you, Dog, for being a 2-month VIP velocity member. Appreciate you guys a lot. Thank you. Also, thank you to anybody else that became a member. Hopefully, I'm not missing you, but I've had a lot of new members recently. It's hard to keep up with, especially with all the tornado warnings that we have.
Yeah, well, the rainbow's gone, but storm's not.
I survived the tornadoes in Kansas last night for that camping trip. You went camping? During severe weather? You're kind of crazy. Hopefully you had somewhere to go. I know most campsites have at least some sort of little structure that you can go into. How does Iowa look tonight? Iowa's not in the threat. Oh, actually you are. Sorry, never mind. You're in, like Southwest Iowa is technically in a marginal, I think. Wait, let me check. Sorry, I haven't really been. Again, I was studying all day, so I haven't really looked a whole lot at the threat. But this is your threat for today.
Just a big broad base now.
It's a broad base on that storm, so we'll go back to Connor in a second. This is your threat today. So again, we got a marginal threat in Iowa. I'm not concerned really about that area. It's just isolated wind and hail. Your tornado risk is a large 5% area. Again, no 10% hatch today. They were considering it, but they never did that. So that never got added. But we still have a large 5% tornado risk across much of Oklahoma, southern Kansas, Texas, pretty much those 3 states. And then our wind and hail threat are elevated as well over here. The storm's still producing baseball-sized hail. And also back down to the south, we have multiple storms in West Texas. A lot of these, again, not really rotating, so not super concerned about that. We had a lot of storms pop off over here near the Palestine area, just east of Waco, but again, that storm activity hasn't really intensified. And we're going to go back to Connor. I think he's getting close to this. At least a base developing on the storm here. Again, this is the tornado warning near Perryton, Texas. Still don't see anything super definitive here that seems imminent, but this is really our best view right now of this storm. And again, for those that are, don't know, these storms are moving relatively slow. These are not fast-moving thunderstorms. So, like, chasing these is not going to be that hard because they are moving so slow. It's not going to be something you have to catch up to. And also, if you're out in front of these storms, they are still not going to be very fast until at least tonight, once this becomes more of a cluster or MCS tonight. That'll eventually turn into more damaging winds, hail, and a couple tornadoes, but it's not going to be nearly as, slow as the storms currently are.
Yeah, no reason to turn there at this point. Just gotta keep watching it.
Thank you, Dana, for the $4.99. Appreciate it. Anything in Denton? Yeah, if you're in like North Texas or DFW, you are going to have a better shot for storms in approximately like 4 to 5 hours. It's gonna be closer to midnight tonight when you get storms. The final go? I'm gonna get asked this a lot. My final again went pretty well, and we're officially done for 4 months of school. We get a break, and we can actually focus more on severe weather coverage now and live coverage and all that. So good news there.
Kind of went high base somehow.
And again, I'm gonna start ordering parts for that computer tomorrow. So we'll try to get that in ASAP. This tornado warning has been condensed. If you're in Spearman, Texas, you no longer have to be in your safe place. Farnsworth, Lord, and Perryton, Texas, you still need to be in your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, your bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. All right, here's the update on the Kansas tornado warning. Do have a little bit more rotation here developing. It's again just north of Highway 4, south of Gove City. This is moving northeast. Again, continue to stay in your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, your bathroom, whatever's interior and away from windows. That's where you need to be if you're in this pink polygon. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Once again, this is one of 3 different tornado warnings. But once again, it's relatively rural. Not a whole lot of places there. And then the other tornado warning that's up here to the northwest, that one's probably just going to be canceled. The area of rotation is now outside of the tornado warning, so that one's likely going to be discontinued at this point back over in Colorado.
Just got to do that all over again.
That's a live look right now at that storm in Texas. It's still trying. A bit more defined base there.
Process all over.
And then when we get that base, that sometimes is that's usually the beginning stage there for a tornado. So that's again the beginning stages here on the storm. Also, the threat for large hail and damaging winds will be increasing in northwest Kansas over the next couple of hours. Latest discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. The main risk will be damaging winds in North Texas. That's the main concern. Is going to be damaging winds. For those that are asking about that. Also, thank you, Jeremy, for the generous 1999. Shout out to all the first responders having to respond in all these conditions. 100%. 100%. I mean, again, we had that Westmoreland tornado yesterday, and if you're just tuning in, that was an EF3 tornado in Westmoreland, Kansas. So that was quite substantial, and we'll go back to Connor in a second, but that was a quite substantial tornado that happened up there. And again, we were live covering it, and unfortunately that tornado didn't look that crazy on radar. I mean, it was, again, a non-precip area that we're looking at of rotation. But this is your rotation on radar on the storm that's Connor's on. So it's, again, still relatively broad. We got a large hail core. This could be larger than baseballs now. We could be talking about possibly even a couple of softball-sized hailstones here. So the storm's still relatively significant. Again, going towards Perryton, Texas. The other storm to the east of it has been weakening overall, so not too concerned about that one. And eventually all these storms here in western Texas are eventually going to become more linear in nature over the next few hours, and that'll all move into central Texas, Oklahoma, and north Texas down the road, with mainly damaging winds, hail, and maybe a tornado or two. We're going to go to Connor again.
That's right, no east options. We'll just gotta sit here and watch it.
Hey, man. What happened? Yeah. Well, right now it doesn't look great. Looks kind of, like I'm feeling outflow right now, I think.
I do have to agree, the base does not look impressive. I mean, the base looks impressive, but the rest of it, I mean, we don't have a wall cloud or anything yet. It's been kind of struggling here.
Back in there.
If Culver's served breakfast, then Max would be set. That's 100% true.
Well, never mind. Maybe it's in... No,
hey, Richard, by the way, for the $10 Venmo. I do appreciate that. Thank you. Really do appreciate that.
Flowy.
And this is a storm in Texas, if you're just tuning in. That's the base of the storm, and we don't have a wall cloud or anything yet. We'll keep a close eye on it. Also, thank you, Nicholas, for the $5 Venmo. Appreciate that, Nicholas. Thank you. Yeah, we're ordering new parts tomorrow for that computer.
There's Hank.
Apparently, Pecos Hank just went by. Apparently just drove by on this storm. He's out here in the Texas Panhandle.
I just know we gotta get to that highway. Could be a clear slot wrapping in right back in there. Actually, it looks like that part of the storm is dying, maybe. Even.
I'm gonna check the other tornado warnings real quick at the bottom of your screen. Again, I'm just gonna kind of zoom around.
North to intercept it.
I'll let you know if there's anything that I'm looking at that's concerning for rotation. And this storm, I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't think it's really concerning with rotation right now, but like, again, it could still drop something.
Trying to wrap in, but that part of the storm is looking rough.
Rotation in Kansas has broadened out, and most of the rotation in Kansas right now is pretty broad. So, yeah, I'm not super concerned about the Kansas storms at this time.
The mezzo started to like. The
My
mezzo
chat
started
mod
to
just said
dissipate,
I would love to have one of those free memberships.
You could see the entire mezzo coming down. It was insane. Like, it would have been.
By the way, thank you, Boris, for the 10 gifted members. I do appreciate that. If you got a member from Boris, make sure to thank Boris in the chat. I do appreciate your generosity. Thank you very much.
And how much rising scud there was.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing any storms right now in Texas, aside from the one that's tornado warning that's rotating. So we're going to continue to stay on this one that Connor's on near Perryton and Lord and near Farnsworth. case it does try to drop something. But again, does not look super duper organized.
Holy outflowy.
You know, if this is outflow driven, it's going to struggle to produce a tornado
Yeah.
threat. It's going to struggle.
Yeah.
Thank you, Joanne, for the $5 super chat. Two things: IHOP or McDonald's.
I say we
and then
get east
two,
now, it's not
bring
doing
back
anything.
the
I'm probably gonna
battery
get east.
riot.
It's not doing anything.
Okay. We're definitely not doing McDonald's. I'm not doing IHOP. I don't actually feel like either
Nope,
tonight.
wrong way.
If we do anything, it's gonna be like Culver's or something.
Wrong way.
All right, let's go back to live radar again. Again, we'll go back to Connor if anything happens there. He's still at the bottom right of your screen. Again, we have a base. We don't really have much else right now. It's still, again, a very large hailstorm with baseball-sized hail potential right now near Perryton. Trying to outline that for you, but my pen is apparently not wanting to draw. There you go. That's, again, near 3045, approaching Route 83 and Highway 70. Again, just south of Perryton, Texas. So it's moving eastbound. Very large hail. And again, it is still tornado warning. Connor is right here. He's, again, right on the storm. It's moving very slowly, so it's relatively easy, again, to chase in this sort of environment. So we'll have plenty of views of this storm along the way. And again, this is really our main tornado warning. We still have one in Kansas, but it's not really looking bad. And they've actually gone ahead and just canceled the tornado warning. So that one has now officially been canceled. So this is our only tornado warning as of now. We had a lot earlier, but this is our only one right now. So we're going to primarily stay on this one.
Might be going towards hail mode.
I think Connor will have a view of this again in a second. Bottom right of your screen is that storm. Actually, we'll just go back to live radar for a second. We'll let him reposition there. It is still tornado warned for 16 more minutes. So until 8 o'clock, and then they may issue a new warning. But the rotation looks broader than previously. So we'll continue to watch this, again, very closely over the next several minutes. Thank you, Deb, for becoming a Minimum Velocity member. Also, thank you, Brandy. And It Was Me for all becoming Velocity members, and as well as Serena. Can you have tornado warnings in your area even if the National Weather Service has your area in basic thunderstorms? You can. I mean, tornado warnings can happen at any time. You know, literally any time. I mean, I also thank you, Randy, for becoming a Velocity member. But yeah, I mean, if you are in a tornado, like if you're in like a general risk outline, and sometimes even if you're not even in a risk outline, you can still see tornadoes. The probability of seeing a tornado warning, though, is really low. I mean, a lot of the time with, you know, any like areas that are not in a risk. Let me real quickly pull you out to the actual risk today here. This is the risk today. So if you're in like this area, let's say Colorado Springs, up here to the north, all right? If you're in that area, you technically don't have a threat for severe weather, but you can still see tornado warnings. It has happened before. So though the chances are much lower than you being in a risk area, like the enhanced risk or the slight risk, it does happen. And it has happened before. It's not unheard of. But yeah, it's definitely something that happens. Okay, apparently they're saying now it might be trying to drop. At least one of the storm chasers in the background was saying that. Connor didn't. We're gonna go back to this here for a second.
That's the area of interest.
Anything for DFW? Main concern's gonna be damaging winds. This is the main concern. That'll be, again, very late tonight. Probably around midnight or afterwards. Again, we'll probably be live if it's needed. We will be live all the way up until about midnight or so for that threat back over in that area. You guys got to check out the Twitter retweet I just did at Max Velocity WX. You've got to check it out. It's actually incredible. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, this is a tornado warning in the North Texas Panhandle near Perryton, Texas.
Yet, but it's drying.
Beautiful supercell. Again, it has a very impressive structure. Has, again, large hail, damaging winds. Again, it's tornado warned. It's trying to produce something.
The road, guys.
Just looks a lot more outflow driven now. But
like the number
again,
one
if it can organize and try to overcome that issue of there being an outflow boundary, we could still see an isolated tornado here.
It's drying. that's trying in there.
It's apparently trying, and Connor is now off the screen. I think Connor clicked the wrong button.
Got the perfect road.
We'll go back to once it comes back up. It should be back up in a second. But again, that area of rotation that is apparently trying is right there near Highway 70. And that is currently moving east-northeast. There's still a hook here. Sounds like Connor's going to be trying to intercept this here in a second, though. Once he figures out that his camera's on. Oh, it just came back. There you go.
Elbow the switcher, my bad, chat.
That right there would be where we're looking for. And Connor's saying it's trying, so. And this is going to be heading towards the south side of Perryton, Texas, and eventually, after that, it's going towards almost nobody. I mean, there's maybe Barton Corners or Twin Grove, Texas, but it's very, very rural after Perryton, Texas, which even Perryton is still relatively rural, but get the idea. Again, there's a lot of farmlands here, basically, here in the Texas Panhandle.
Major throat tickle.
We do have severe thunderstorm warnings, by the way, in Texas. And North Texas, specifically. But I'm not seeing anything too concerning there right now. But we'll keep you posted if anything changes. That's your storm there, right on the left. Still trying. Look at that thing. It's still an impressive storm. I don't really see anything definitively lowering.
It was a lot more organized a second ago.
Connor's kind of saying that here. We do have a new watch.
A lot more organized a second ago. We'll see what it can do now.
We have a new watch that was just issued. It's a severe thunderstorm watch. It's going to actually include an interesting part of Texas. This is actually for the convective activity that's been happening for the last few hours. That's just south and east of Waco. So that's going to be associated with some of those convective storms that have popped up here over the last few hours near College Station, Austin, and Lufkin, just south and east of Waco. So once again, if you're in that watch, the main concern is large hail and damaging winds. And actually, it's now appearing on your map. So that would be your watch right there that we're looking at. So, yeah, not super concerned about this area, but just stay vigilant. The main concern, again, will be hail and wind. I don't really expect a tornado threat here to really develop, even though there is a tornado possible label, so I might be jinxing that. But overall, I do think the tornado threat is going to be relatively low, even on this particular storm that we're looking at here near Johnson City. Connor had a view of that storm. We're going to stay on Connor for a second. I'm just not seeing a whole lot of rotation here. Again, the bottom right of your screen is that rotation. Connor's about to have a view of this, I think. Unless he's going to keep going the other way. Again, this is going to be just south of Perryton, Texas. Yeah, he's turning around here. The convergence of storm chasers on the Texas Panhandle. I think that was the first anticyclonic Max got on stream. That was not. We've covered anticyclonic tornadoes before. The ones that we've covered have usually been very weak and very brief on radar. And there's your storm.
Impressive sunset.
I'm just not seeing much here. I don't think this is going to get warned again. I don't see enough here for there to be another tornado warning. I just don't see any spin like we had earlier. Hopefully I'm right, because I mean, it's a very rural area for the record, but with that said, if we do get a new warning,
I was looking at that.
It would be for
if that happens, we could be in business.
Twin Grove, Texas, more than likely.
Otherwise, this thing might be cooked. Needs that merger.
Still wonder what the LL
Population of the Panhandle just doubled.
It should be already kicked.
I mean, in this part of the Panhandle, it honestly probably did. There's not a lot of people that live in this area. It's very, very rural. Again, it's a lot of farmland.
Yeah, what's up, man? Nice.
Oleg, nice to meet you.
Chasers
nice
everywhere
to meet you,
today.
man.
This is
You-
what it
you
looked
see
like in
a tornado
Oklahoma though
there?
the other day. I mean, we had
No,
chasers
actually, I
legitimately
was
everywhere.
one. I was on the other cell. With,
Okay.
with,
There's like
Vince
literally a
and,
convergence
couple other
on
guys.
Saturday.
Gotcha.
That was insane.
And, it almost dropped with the other one. We were waiting and waiting, and like, man, like, it was so close.
Just
Like,
never dropped.
we stood there for like half an hour,
Dang.
literally, and it kept cycling and cycling, but it just.
That's the same,
Just not
same
seeing
thing
much
this one's
here.
been doing. Just it gets going and
As of
going,
right now,
going,
this
but
is again the
just
only tornado
disappears,
warning,
and then it
just
gets
for
going
the
again, and
record.
it just can't quite do it.
I know.
We have a lot of severe
Sometimes it
thunderstorm
almost
warnings
feels
though.
like it's gonna just do it, but
It's mostly just scary looking
Good,
clouds
man, I
right
know.
now. We
You're
did have a
telling
tornado
me.
with this earlier, so I mean we had one at the beginning of the stream.
Really looking
Haven't seen
rough
anything
right now.
definitive since though. Need Carly for becoming a minimum velocity member.
Might need to get the other one in front of it's
Welcome
kind
to
of
the
dying, so
velocities.
maybe we'll get a merger here.
Maybe DH for the $5 super chat as well.
yeah,
Appreciate it.
it's Not as tight anymore.
Mm-mm. Right. We'll see. Maybe the.
I also think DH for becoming a velocity member.
Kinda.
All right, here's the latest update on this storm that Connor's on.
That it needs.
It is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning and not a tornado warning. So they do think, at least the National Weather Service thinks, that this is probably going to stay outflow driven. And the tornado threat should remain low on this, at least low enough to the point where they don't need to issue a new warning. That's likely what this means. I'm just kind of interpreting what they're probably thinking here. So, again, this storm more than likely is not really trying to drop something right now. The rotation, again, it's not really there. We had a lot stronger rotation earlier. If we go back like 21 frames or 30 frames, you'll see it better here in real time. This rotation really broadened, but if we go back to like this point near Spearman, this is when we did have a tornado briefly touch down. So you can see that really tight couplet, and then decoupled after that. And after it decoupled, I mean, it never really came back. It just became completely outflow driven, really. And so it's kind of struggled. Now, again, that could change. It could try to drop something down the road, but most of the storms thus far today have been in this cycle where they do drop a tornado, and then they just kind of fizzle out after. So let's hope that just kind of continues here, but... we still do have a couple hailstorms out here. We got plenty of hail falling across many of these warnings. And we still have a couple of storms that are rotating. The one that is rotating is near Blanco, Texas, and the other one's in Gove, Texas, where we have 2 tornado possible labels on those. So that's what we're looking at right now. If you guys do see any reports on any of the storms, you can at me at Max Velocity WX. We're going to go back to Connor here for just a moment. Nope, that tornado warning has just been canceled, so we no longer have a tornado warning. It is back to a severe thunderstorm warning, which is what we're looking at right now. With the massive hail, again, this is still producing golf ball-sized hail, and it is also producing 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So that's the main concern right now with this storm. Storm line in East Colorado is strengthening pretty quickly. That's what's going to be moving into Kansas and Nebraska here soon. Actually, that is. That's what that looks like right now. So it's actually a pretty well organizing area of storms here. We got a couple Boeing segments in here, but a pretty organized line of storms, and this will be moving into northwest Kansas and southwest Nebraska with mainly a wind threat. There will be an isolated tornado threat, but it's probably not going to really develop out of this. It would be a relatively low chance if that happened. But most of these storms will be wind and then some hail, perhaps up to golf ball size, and that's really about it. But definitely some impressive storms here. And much more of a wind threat, though. And then these are the storms in Kansas that have been trying too. Which, granted, a lot of this has been contamination, which kind of plays with the velocities on radar. But, we might have some rotation here, but I do think that's more contamination more than anything. We'll try to see if we can get a CC on this. Oh, no one near Allen, thus Kansas. Again, these are very rural areas, but this would be where we're looking right now. In Kansas. I'm not seeing any CC drop. I do think that's just contamination. from the hail. And again, what I mean by that is that hail is basically playing with the velocities, and when hail falls out of the sky, the radar is going to be picking up a different signal when it comes to the velocities. So that's what we're looking at there. And so we don't have a great view on that storm, but it's more than likely just a contamination area. Again, if it gets tornado warned, I'll let you know, but as of right now, it's not. Let's quickly go back down to south central Texas near Austin. This is a tornado possible storm that we had. That rotation's broadened, so not super concerned about that right now. That's south of Horseshoe Bay, west of Austin. But again, we'll keep a close eye on that. These storms have a lot of lightning, so just keep that in mind if you have any outdoor activities tonight. Again, just make sure you're staying inside if you hear thunder. We got a couple other storms over near Crockett. Again, nothing concerning really aside from wind and hail. And then back over in the Texas Panhandle, a lot of these storms once again are mainly hail and wind producers. The most organized activity and really the highest tornado probability will come out of any of these discrete cells like this one here that Connor's on. So I do think these ones really at this point are the most concerning that we have right now. And then as we go later into tonight, especially in Kansas and Nebraska, we are going to have that significant threat there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
What is this? Oh, okay. That is a confirmed tornado. Okay, we have a public confirmed tornado over here southeast of Amarillo.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, once again, this is a tornado on the ground here in Texas. This is going to be near Turkey. This is actually a little bit more populated in the Panhandle. But this has been a confirmed tornado by the public. That is going to be 4 miles to the northeast of Turkey. So that is going to be this area of rotation. Oh, you can actually see it very clearly. I should have looked down here. That area of rotation is actually clear as day. That is definitely a tornado, and it was initially moving to the north. It's now moving backwards to the northwest. So we got another one of these weird tornadoes that's moving a weird direction. But that one's going to be kind of going to the northwest. It hopefully will occlude. It's kind of almost stationary, but it's moving just slightly in that direction. Don't have a clear CC drop, but that would be where we're looking for that tornado threat. For the record, there was a tornado almost in the same exact area about 2 hours ago. Brief tornado touched down 7 miles to the northwest of Turkey, so within like 5 miles 2 hours ago. So once again, we have a drunk tornado that is near Turkey once again, and that's going to be moving to the north. This is on the ground. It's right over Settlement and right near Highway 86 and near Tampico here in the Texas Panhandle, just northeast of Turkey. So once again, this is a confirmed tornado that is moving almost nowhere, but it kind of started right here, and it's almost moving backwards right now. It's gonna be heading towards Highway 86 near Settlement. We might also have something developing down here. This is not a confirmed tornado, but this is the other area that I'd be watching for. That's near Cudahy, just west of Turkey. That'd be also another area that I'm watching for closely. So we got 2 different areas. This is again the tornado that's in progress. So I'm just gonna outline that there. The other one's also another area of rotation that we're looking at. The tornado is drunk? Question mark. If you watched last night's stream, you'd get the reference. Again, it's just a weird tornado. We had tornadoes last night that were literally going like we had that large tornado in Oklahoma that was initially going east, and then all of a sudden it started slowing down. It literally U-turned and went right back to the west. I mean, it literally did something like this. That's literally what it did. It almost went right in the same exact track as where it came from. So yeah, it's basically a meme from last night. Yeah, it looks like this tornado has likely occluded. I'm not seeing anything super organized there anymore. It was much stronger there a few minutes ago. It's broadened over the last few scans. We'll still keep a close eye on it. Again, it's doing the same thing like last night where we had a tornado going to the, again, like east, sort of, and then occluded as it went back the other direction. That's what's happening here once again. I'm going to quickly look at what Connor's looking at. I'm not sure if he's just looking at Scud. Or if he's looking at anything. I think he might just be looking at the storm. That's a different storm. back up on the Texas Panhandle, in the northern Texas Panhandle near Perryton. I don't see anything. Okay, I just want to make sure you didn't. I thought you saw something there. Connor has a big SLC. The old scary looking cloud up there. You know, drunk AI tornado. Whoever made that AI photo, get us a drunk AI tornado. Kind of wondering what that looks like. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, there may be still a tornado on the ground. If it's not, it would be lifted at this point. But that tornado, if it's still on the ground, is going to be in that black circle that I drew right here. We have a broader area of circulation back out to the west of this. That's near Turkey. It's just not super impressive, but it is something that I would be watching for if you're back over in that area. As I will continue to move to the northeast over the next several minutes. We're going to keep a close eye on Connor, though. Again, he's near Perryton, Texas right now. Apparently, somebody with Connor is about to be jumping over a cow or something. I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm hearing that right. I could not tell you. It has nothing to do with weather, but just throwing it out there. I don't know what is even happening. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is still a possibly still a tornado on the ground. It may have lifted or occluded, but if there's still a tornado, it would be located in that black circle. The rotation's much broader than before, but the only reason why there is still some uncertainty is because of how far away we are from the radar site. So if there is still a tornado, once again, it would be, you know, hard to see on radar as it continues to kind of stay stationary over the next several minutes. So again, if you are in this tornado warning, just continue to stay in your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, your bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Again, that's in Turkey, Texas, near Quittaquay, and also near Settlement in Tampico. And we do currently have 13 other severe thunderstorm warnings, so there's still a lot of severe weather. But this storm, I do think, has lifted, but we'll keep a close eye on it, just in case something else happens here over the next few minutes. Also, thank you, Alyssa, for the very generous $50 Venmo. I really do appreciate that. Not really much of a message other than awesome job, but I do appreciate you a lot, Alyssa. Thank you very much. You're very generous. That'll be going right into the computer that I'm about to buy, probably tonight or tomorrow. So, good times. All right, let's zoom out a little bit here. This is still, as of now, confirmed. It could still be on the ground. If it is, it's near Turkey, but I do think it has occluded, at least by radar. And then back up near Perryton, and we still have some discrete cells up there. Those are the ones that we have to watch for a bit more of an elevated tornado threat. Anything that's discrete will have a better shot at producing a tornado. Back up in Colorado, we have that line of storms that's going to be mostly outflow driven now. That's going to be approaching Kansas and Nebraska. So if you're in western Kansas or southwest Nebraska, still stay vigilant. Damaging winds and hail will be the main concern out of that activity. And then we are still watching for a couple of storms back over in central western Kansas that are not really doing much when it comes to the tornado threat. Mostly a hail threat right now. But we might have a little bit of something in here, possibly. Maybe a wall cloud or something like that. Just south of Gove City, which, once again, it's very rural areas of Kansas, and these are not really moving storms. So I'm not super duper concerned about this activity right now. But, you know, if anything does develop, we'll keep it posted. And it's northeast of Scott City, for reference, and southeast of Oakley. And the other warning just expired or was canceled back over. Yeah, it was canceled in the northeast Texas Panhandle. Here's that tornado threat, or that tornado report from a 911 call center. 4 miles northeast of Turkey, Texas. There was a reported tornado there just northeast of Turkey. And this may or may not still be on the ground. If it is, it's going to be, again, just northeast of Turkey, Texas. Which is, by the way, very rain-wrapped, so don't try to, you know, look outside for this. Continue to stay in that storm shelter, that basement, whatever that interior room is of your home or building. That's where you need to be if you're in Turkey, Texas. as well as the Quitaque area of Texas as well. All right. I'll let you know if anything changes here as well. Thank you, GD, for the $9.99. I went to Sulphur and dodged those tornadoes only to come back to Texoma for a PDS anticyclonic tornado to appear. That's actually crazy odds. That's literally insane. I guess you're just a tornado magnet, if you will. Any mini hurricanes this evening? Guys, I had a viral Twitter post, and it was just retweeting somebody's radar photo from last night of that storm that kind of looked like a hurricane. It was literally just like, I just said, like, this looks like a Category 6 hurricane or something. But, you know. I was shocked by that. I don't know why it got so many likes. That's like 600,000 views on Twitter. We might have a new tornado developing here, possibly. Just east of Turkey. It's very hard to tell. It could be contamination, but we may have another tornado developing there. We don't have the Lubbock radar site, unfortunately. That one's down. And we do have the one out here to the east, but I don't think it's going to really show us anything. Yeah, it's not going to show us anything. So, really, at this point, if there's a tornado still on the ground, it would be right here over Turkey, which this has just been downgraded to radar indicated. So, we're no longer on a confirmed tornado. It is back down to radar indicated rotation here in the Texas Panhandle. So, again, if you're in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, or bathroom. It's not on the ground confirmed anymore, but it is back down to radar indicated. It still does include Turkey, Texas for the time being. And once again, it is still a relatively rain-wrapped area of rotation at this time anyway. So you do want to make sure you're not trying to take a video of this or anything like that. You're not probably going to see it with how much rain there is. Oh my gosh. It's from Austin Farrell. This is... That rotation, by the way, looks like it's included. If there might be something developing here, so we're gonna watch that area. This is the drunk tornado AI generated thing. Oh my goodness, guys. Between that, they're on Twitter. It's literally crazy. Can't believe what AI can do. How is Tyler, Texas? Main concern will be isolated wind and hail. I'm not expecting much there. I think the main concern tonight is going to be, again, west and central Texas. North Texas will get a little bit of storm activity late tonight into the overnight hours, but the majority of those storms will not be that significant. It'd be just, again, isolated wind and hail for the most part. And once again, this is the tornado warning that we have here in the Texas Panhandle. And this is currently located near Turkey, Texas. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building for the next several minutes. Just in case this does try to drop another tornado. It did briefly there, but it looks like it's at least lifted for the time being. Sorry, I'm trying to fix the stream at the bottom right. It keeps bugging out. Basically, at this point, our laptop is so bad, I have to keep, like, refreshing it so it stays normal, so... That's what's happening there, and also whenever we pan to them, we'll have to keep doing that. This is nowhere near Missouri. Yeah, Missouri, we're not looking at a threat there, really. I need that as a t-shirt. That would be a crazy t-shirt. It will be in consideration, though. It will be in consideration. Might bring back the bed. As of now, no. Could change, though. We'll see. Velocities will update here in a second. How's everybody doing today, by the way? I hope everybody's having a good day so far. We haven't had much time to talk. I mean, obviously, it's been already pretty busy. We've had a tornado warning almost at any given moment here, but good news is we don't really have a whole lot of rotation on this right now. It's kind of broadening out for the time being. If we do have a tornado, it's going to be right there, east of Turkey. And it's moving east-northeast right now. Not super concerned about this, but it could still drop something technically. It is, again, in an environment where we could get a tornado. It's just, again, it's not really an impressive circulation on radar. I got 6 hours of sleep last night. I think actually somebody super chatted and asked if I'm sleep deprived. I got 6 hours of sleep last night. And I went to bed at 3 after our live stream, so I was up quite late. And then I end up getting up at 9. Had a final exam at 10. And if you guys want to watch that video, by the way, of my final exam, it's on our Twitter and Facebook pages. So again, that's at Max Velocity WX, link below. But I took a final exam, did my broadcast meteorology one, and that's what's on those pages. And then I also had an exam at 7 o'clock, which is why, again, I wasn't live sooner. And that was painful. I was waiting to take that exam literally all day. Thank you, by the way, Chris, for the $50 super chat earlier. I'm sorry I missed that. And also thank you, Heather, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Put some hearts in the chat for both of them. I do appreciate your generosity a lot, and that's going towards the PC fund. Appreciate that. Thank you. Not really. It's not really a fund, by the way, but that's where it'll more than anything be going. Softball-sized hail? Where at? Which storm? Is it that northern storm in the Texas Panhandle, or are we talking about something different? What in the world? Somebody just sent me a DoorDash gift card. Excuse me? Somebody just sent me a... I don't know, you know how you do that, but somebody just sent me a 40... Apparently, Larry sent me a $40 DoorDash gift card. I don't know if that's legit, but I do appreciate it. Whoever Jerry is... I don't know if that's legit. I just saw that email pop up. I don't know how you do that. I didn't know you could even do that in general. But whoever Jerry is, I do appreciate that. Or Larry. I think it was Jerry. Maybe it was Larry. It was Larry. Sorry, not Jerry. Larry. Thanks for the stream. Dinner's on me tonight. Well, I guess it's not at least a scam email. We know that. I am building my own PC. I'm gonna have one of my friends build it. Alright, this rotation's getting a little bit concerning again. Again, just northeast of Turkey. We had an inflow notch and everything. We got to watch this closely. We got strong rotation, or at least strong velocities going towards the radar. Going away from the radar is not nearly as strong, but that right there is where we're watching for that tornado threat. And that is just southeast and south of Highway 86, east of Turkey, Texas. That is at least a bit of a stronger area of, torque here on this storm. Let's see. Let's go to... Yeah, there you go. So that's the area that we're looking at. Again, we do have hail on this, so... Oh, I think this one... This is confirmed again, I believe. Is this newly confirmed again? Okay, this was just confirmed again, so it's back on the ground. I was about to say, that rotation was strengthening. Once again, new tornado on the ground with this storm near Turkey, Texas.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So, once again, new tornado that is on the ground. It's going to be northeast of Turkey, presumably. Yeah, it's northeast of Turkey, and the tornado itself is nearly stationary. So, it's basically not moving right now, but that tornado is what we're looking at here. That is going to be near Highway 86. It's going to be moving basically nowhere at this point. It could go backwards like the tornado we had yesterday, so keep that in mind. But right now it is stationary. So once again, if you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Once again, that's going to be moving right along Highway 86, that particular storm. The rotation and that tornado could go anywhere. So again, it's stationary. So this tornado is basically sitting in the same spot right now, or at least is kind of sitting in the same spot. And it's going to have very minimal movement in any given direction. So once again, if you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows and the lowest floor possible near Turkey, Texas. I believe the tornado watch was just updated as well, so they do have an update there on that. Just watched your broadcast final. You crushed it. Appreciate it. I've had a lot of positive comments about that. Luckily, not many people live in this area. That's the good news really about all of this today. Yesterday was impacting a lot more populated areas. Aside from the tornado that we had last night in Oklahoma, the large one, it didn't really impact that many people. Latest scan showing that tornado, it's moving very minimally to the east. So just an update there near Turkey. But the good news today, again, is that a lot of these tornadoes are very rural areas. With that said, again, it is still impacting people. You know, even if it's only a few hundred people or a couple dozen people, whatever it might be, it is impacting people. So, and even then, I mean, we still have a tornado threat that will, you know, build as it moves east into western Oklahoma and even north central Texas, where there are more people in those areas. So we do have to, again, watch that very closely. You're just tuning in again. This is a tornado that has been confirmed by the public. This is now the second different tornado that is confirmed on this storm near Turkey, Texas. This will be going towards the Esteline area down the road. But right now, this tornado is apparently stationary or very minimally moving. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, just continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. We may also have rotation on the southern side of the storm down in here, so just keep that in mind. We got a couple different areas. Goob, it's about the entire state. The only exception is like very far eastern side of Oklahoma. The main concern is going to be large hail and damaging winds on the western half of the state, and then the central and eastern side is mostly just going to be isolated damaging winds. There is an elevated tornado threat in western Oklahoma, but once again, it's not super significant. I do think overall, yesterday was more significant than today, and had more tornadoes than what today is going to continue to feature. Once again, that area that I've circled in the middle of your screen, that is your tornado that is in progress. It is very rain-wrapped, and then this right here is an area of rotation that is being watched right now. That could also try to produce a tornado threat as that continues to move to the east-northeast. But again, this tornado that is on the ground is close to being stationary, so... Here's your tornado report, by the way, as of 8:07 p.m., so that tornado was confirmed right around then, which is probably what we're looking at there anyway. That was, again, the tornado that was confirmed around 8:07 p.m. So that was about 13 minutes ago, but the confirmation didn't come in until a few minutes ago here. And this has been confirmed as of about 6 minutes ago by the warning, but it was on the ground at 8:07. It could still be on the ground, though, technically. This is now the third different tornado within like 10 miles here of Turkey, Texas, by the way. We had one at 5:45. We had one about 30 minutes ago, and we just had another one here like 10 minutes ago. Crazy stuff. Connor's not talking about it, but yeah, there's more than likely, we could have a tornado up here near Highway 86. I know it might be a little bit difficult to see, but this right here, it's completely rain-wrapped. It's either a tornado or it's just completely hail contamination, but with this being a tornado-warned cell, this is what I'm watching for the most right now. It'd be that area of rotation there near Highway 86. Again, moving east-northeast. The tornado itself was quite stationary, but that rotation is definitely tracking a bit more east right now. Eventually going to be going towards the Esteline area over the next several minutes in West Texas. you guys do see any reports on Twitter or any photos or videos of this particular storm, definitely feel free to at me at Max Velocity WX. Not currently seeing anything right now. The Gove County, Kansas storm is up to softball-sized hail, by the way. I believe that's the one that Reed was on. But that storm up here is now gone up to 4-inch sized hail, which is softball-sized hail. That is a destructive storm that is currently in progress here in Gove County in Kansas. There's also a tornado possible label on this, but there's your hail report. A live feed from Storm Chaser, I'm guessing that was Reed, showing softball-sized hail. The hail is estimated by radar. That is, again, in southeast Gove County in Kansas. It's a very rural area. There are very minimal roads here, probably a lot of farms, but nonetheless, very significant hail core here. And we are watching, at least for some rotation, possibly a large, broad area of rotation there near Utica, moving down to the east, southeast, and southeast. So once again, very significant hailstorm there. In addition to that, we also have the threat for 4-inch sized hail. That, again, is very large hail that is currently in progress there, moving to the east relatively slowly. Oh yeah, reposted it on Twitter. Yeah, that's some pretty massive hail. That's bigger than some eyeballs.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Alrighty, they have issued a tornado warning on this. I kind of thought they might. That rotation was definitely stronger than before. Again, brand new tornado warning now in Kansas. If you are in this warning, you need to seek shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. If there is a tornado, it's going to be right in there where that tightening is, that strong couplet. Not seeing a CC drop as of right now, so no confirmation by debris being lifted up into the atmosphere on the correlation coefficient radar, but there is definitely strong rotation right now here near Gove City, moving eastbound in southeast Gove County. I have another report now of 4-inch sized hail. I think we have 2 now. The National Weather Service employee also just reported 4-inch diameter hail here, southeast of Gove City. Which, once again, that is significant hail. We're talking, again, like that's massive hail. That's larger. It's about the size of your hand. I mean, it's pretty large. So 4-inch diameter hail here. That's softball-sized hail that's falling out of the sky, which, again, is very significant. Once again, this is the new tornado warning here that is in Kansas, near Gove City. The population in this warning is 74, so I believe this is mostly farmlands here. I don't think there's a whole lot else in this area. There's probably, again, just a few homes, few farms, that sort of thing. With that being said, obviously, if you are in this warning, you need to make sure you're seeking shelter if you're in this warning. Away from windows, the lowest floor possible. The rotation is quite strong on radar, and it's also a really intense supercell. Again, we're talking 4-inch diameter hail. That is, again, massive hail that's ongoing with this. Again, this rotation is radar indicated. The storm that's in Texas is still confirmed near the Briscoe County and Hall County near Turkey, Texas. That was confirmed. Still is currently a confirmed warning as of 11 minutes ago and has not been updated since. But for the time being, that is still confirmed. We'll wait for the next scan here and see what happens. No problem, Jenna. Thank you, Sue. Appreciate it. Turkey? Yeah, Turkey, Texas. There's still a tornado warning there. We've had 3 different tornadoes in Turkey, Texas today, believe it or not. Let me real quickly go back down to Texas. This rotation is, again, this could be contamination for the record, but if that is rotation, that is quite strong. I'm going to look at the other radar site in a second. But if, again, we're looking at hail that's going into the storm, so there's a chance that is contamination. If it isn't, that's pretty strong rotation. Yeah, we don't have any CC drop or anything on it. This is what we're looking at. It's near Highway 86, northeast of Turkey. I do think that is rotation, because this radar site to the east is also showing that. So it's a pretty solid shot here that we do still have some strong rotation near Highway 86. So again, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, the lowest floor possible. We might get a new tornado warning on this here in a second. What do I mean by contamination? Contamination is essentially when we have hail or something along those lines. It's usually hail that's basically showing up as rotation on radar, and that a lot of the time will happen if we have rotation on this side of the storm and there's hail. That hail, or even if there's not rotation, that hail will kind of play a factor in the sense that the radar will think that it's rotation. It'll show like that very strong tightening, and it shows, you know, that sort of thing. So that hail is basically blocking our view of what we can see on radar of the rotation, and it kind of like extrudes that view a little bit on radar. So that happens a lot with hailstorms, and it usually will only happen on storms that are looking, and again, I'm not saying this is contamination, but a lot of the time, you know, stuff like that happens in storms that have hail on like the northern side. The radar beam is looking this way, and then the rotation that we are suspecting is down here. That hail is essentially blocking a view. So, but in this case, I don't think that that's what we're looking at here. I do think that is a stronger couplet of rotation. And even if it's not, we still do have rotation down here near Turkey. So we have a couple of different areas of circulation that I would be watching for. This one, again, could be contamination. I'm not saying it isn't, but from what I'm seeing from the other radar site, it looked like enough rotation, even on the Frederick radar site, unless that is also contamination. The southern side one looks broader from that view, but either way, this is still a confirmed tornado. As of about 12 or 13 minutes ago. They didn't update the warning. The warning is about to expire, so we'll see if they issue a new one. And if they don't, then I mean, I would still stay in your safe place if you're, you know, in this vicinity anyway, just in case, just south of Lakeview, Texas. Why is the rotation so far up in the storm? I mean, we're looking at a high up radar beam, and the reason why is because that's the closest radar site that we have. I mean, we're looking probably 6,000 to 7,000 feet up into the sky right now on this storm. So we're looking pretty far away. All right, that tornado warning is officially ended. So again, it's no longer a confirmed tornado. Again, we'll keep you posted if anything does change there. If they do issue a new warning, it'll probably be in the next minute or two. We have now 3 separate reports of 4-inch sized hail here in Kansas. Broadcast media provides pictures of hailstones between 3.75 inches to 4.5 inches in diameter. Wow. Yeah, that is softball sized hail that is still happening here in Kansas. That is just insane. I mean, that's even larger. That's almost DVD sized hail. You know those CDs? Like, that's what we're talking about there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have a confirmed tornado on the ground in Texas.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So they have issued a new tornado warning on this. Again, it is still a confirmed tornado in Texas. That's northeast of Turkey. So if you're in this warning, again, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible. That's going to be going towards Esteline, Texas, down the road. Relatively rural areas between Turkey and as well as Esteline, south of Lakeview. So once again, relatively rural. With that being said, if you are in the tornado warning, the pink polygon, you need to make sure that you are seeking shelter immediately and away from windows and on the lowest floor possible and in an interior room of your home or building. This includes a population of 35 people, so good thing it's, again, very rural parts of Texas. With that said, again, that tornado that's on the ground will be right here. It looks like we actually may have even had a large tornado there briefly. It has gone kind of stationary and almost occluding again, which, again, very interesting. We've had a lot of tornadoes like this in the last 24 hours. This is another one of those situations where it's barely moving. It's almost moving backwards. So, but once again, another tornado here. Again, it may have occluded already, but that would be your tornado if it is still on the ground. It's going to be right there on Highway 86. Moving to the northeast, eventually going towards Esteline, Lakeview, and the south side of Memphis, Texas, in the Texas Panhandle. More drunk tornadoes. This has been a drunk tornado outbreak at this point. We've had a lot of tornadoes like this. This one I would say is a little bit more, well, I wouldn't say it's normal, but you know, when we have very limited storm motion like we do today, you know, there's really not much that's going to steer these storms. And so tornadoes, again, don't really move much in this sort of environment. Do you ever hop over to Google Earth and see what's in the storm track? I am hoping to add that with our new computer. Once we get, again, 6 monitors and whatnot, I'm hoping that I can be able to do more stuff like that, and so my CPU can handle more. This CPU is struggling to handle even just a live feed on streams, so once again, once we have that in place, 100%, I'm going to do that a lot more. I can't do it with the CPU. It's just not able to handle it. It's struggling recently. I've overused it in the last month. We were live, by the way, in April for a total of 125 hours, I believe. So, just for the record, we were live almost 40 hours a week last month. That does not include all the stream prep and stuff, so. Alright, if there's still a tornado, it's right here near Highway 86, but I do think this is occluded. We kind of have 2 areas here, but I do think the tornado has occluded here. We had a very large circulation there. It's kind of broadened out over the last few minutes. Feels like I've been live for 2 weeks. I pretty much have. The only day off that we've had this week was Monday. We've been live. We were live Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Monday was off. Tuesday, Wednesday, and probably tomorrow again. So Thursday we're gonna be probably live again tomorrow. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Once again, if this is a tornado that's still on the ground, it's going to be in one of those 2 black circles that I drew. I do think it has occluded at this point. But the main concern right now here, again, is going to be that chance for a tornado that is potentially still on the ground. And then we do have that tornado warning in Kansas, and I'm still watching that too on my phone right now. We have a line of storms going towards St. Louis, for those wondering. The main concern is just gusty winds and lightning. South of Gove, Kansas on that other tornado warning, that rotation is still pretty broad. It hasn't really intensified over the last few minutes. But still stay in your safe place if you're one of the 72 people or whatever the number was in that warning. Me explaining DVD-sized hail to my 21-year-old son? At least I know what a DVD is. Oh, Connor's ending his stream, so we're not gonna have Connor anymore, but we do have live cams and all that sort of stuff still. We got one in Quanah, we still got one in Fort Madison, I think, or that might be somewhere else. But I gotta fix the Fort Madison one. Connor's going to bed, he's losing his voice. he's been sick here for a while. So at least we don't have to deal with the video issue anymore. Because I've had a lot of that issues, but Virtual Rail fans have been fine. Alright, once again, if you're just tuning in, we still do have a tornado that is possibly still on the ground. If not, it would, again, be one of these areas here, just northeast of Turkey, Texas. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. Again, that's going to be southeast of Amarillo, west of Vernon. Once again, pretty much the Texas Panhandle. We still do have a tornado warning back up in Kansas, which is producing a significant threat for hail. It is up to softball-sized hail. Once again, imagine a hailstone the size of a softball being or just imagine somebody throwing a softball and it hits you, right? Like, that softball is going to be falling out of the sky probably at about 70, 80, 90 miles per hour. You don't want to be outside of that sort of stuff. So if you're in this area, you want to make sure that you are staying indoors. That could be very you could get easily injured from hail like that if you're outside on this storm. I mean, it's a significant hailstorm that is currently in progress. And again, we've had 3 separate reports of hail between 3.75 inches to 4.5 inches in diameter. So these have been, again, significant hailstorms here across at least this hailstorm has been significant here in Kansas, just south of Gove City in southeastern Gove County. So, you don't want to be outside in this sort of stuff. That is a massive hailstorm. And a very dangerous one, to say the least. All right, here's that tornado warning near Settlement, Weatherly, and Tampico. And if there is still a tornado on the ground, it's going to be in that area there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, this one, the new one's radar indicated, but we have another area of rotation that we've been watching as well. So we got 3 different areas that we're looking at. This one's for Turkey, Texas. Turkey has already had 3 tornadoes today. 3 different, like 3 separate ones at least. And there's now rotation on the southeast side of Turkey, Texas. So if you're in this pink polygon, you also need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And in an interior room of your home or building. It's the area of rotation. No definitive CC drop here. I do think we're going to struggle with getting a CC indication here just due to the fact that we're so far away from the radar site. Any tornado confirmations are probably going to come from people that are reporting them in. Just purely due to the fact, again, this is just so far away from a radar site. But if there's a tornado, again, it's on the southeast side of Turkey. And that'll be moving off to the northeast over the next several minutes. Or not, actually, sorry, not northeast. Let me check real quick. This might be kind of stationary again. Let's double check. It's kind of moving north. It's a very stationary, strong couplet of rotation. So if that is on the ground or does drop, it's going to be very, very slow moving. Presumably, though, it will be going probably towards Turkey. But anywhere in the pink polygon, again, needs to be in their safe place. These tornadoes are not moving like any specific direction at this point. Here's that latest scan. So now it's kind of moving a little east. I mean, again, these tornadoes are so hard to predict in this environment. I mean, yesterday we had the same issue, but again, if there's a tornado, it could be trying to move north, it could try to move east, it could try to move west, south, it could go any direction. But latest scan showing that moving just the slightest bit to the east now here in Texas. Again, that's near Turkey, Texas. Again, this is in West Texas, the Texas Panhandle, well to the southeast of Amarillo. Creepy clouds in Missouri a while ago. Send me a photo. I can probably tell you what they are. Preferably on Twitter if you do have any photos. Also, we do have a rotating wall cloud on the storm that is back up in Kansas, from what I'm hearing. Let me go real quickly back to the Kansas storm. And this is what we're looking at right here. It's gonna be this right here. We also got another one right here, but the other one's the more convincing one. So there's a rotating wall cloud reportedly on the storm that's also producing softball-sized hail. That's again just south of Gove City, and it's gonna be approaching Utica and Allen Thrust near Ransom, Kansas. It's a very slow-moving storm. It's a very rural area, but that's what we're looking at right now for that threat. And again, that's near Highway 4. So again, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place. The tornado warning itself does not include Utica yet, but that would be an area that I would be, staying in your safe place. And again, storm shelter, basement, whatever it is, because that storm is definitely concerning. Still producing hail and wind. Tennis ball sized hail was reported back over near the Hagler area in Nebraska. So that's north of Goodland. That's with that line of storms. Again, this is an area that we've been watching for the last several minutes. We have a confirmed tornado on this storm. That's near Highway 86 by Public. We also have a new area of large and broad circulation that's going to be southeast of Turkey that could still drop a tornado at any time. Once again, these storms are slowly moving to the east. That's the general direction. But if we get a tornado, again, it could go backwards and go west. Yeah, once again, a CC drop indicates debris being lofted up into the atmosphere on radar. Why is it moving so slow? it's just, again, the storm motion. It's so slow today. I mean, if you look at like the upper level winds, the low level winds and stuff, I mean, like there's just nothing steering these storms. That's the problem. So once again, a lot of these storms are just very slow movers. And when we have slow moving storms like this happens sometimes in Texas, but like, you know, these storms that just don't move anywhere. It's very common with flash flooding, and it's also pretty common in Texas, especially when we don't have like a definitive low pressure system. A lot of the time, this happens when there is really no low pressure system nearby that's really organizing this, or at least something that's, again, steering this activity. It has a lot to do with winds, but also low pressure systems. Having an organized low pressure system is crucial also for storm motion. If we don't have that, these storms are just, again, not really going to move much of anywhere unless it's outflow driven activity or something like that, or something that is pushing these storms somewhere too is another thing. And so there are multiple factors to it, but those are like the main 2 or 3. Latest radar scan does show, again, some strong rotation southeast of Turkey, or it's at least strong enough where we could get a tornado. This is now the latest scan. Now it's a little bit broader. Still got strong winds going towards the radar, a little bit weaker going away from the radar. We've had some rotation up here near Highway 86. It's just not nearly as definitive or impressive as what we once had on that storm. But continue to stay in your storm shelter if you're in either of these 2 tornado warnings in Texas. Jeff asked if there's any risk in northeast Kansas tonight. Isolated wind and hail, but it's a very low threat. It's a very low threat. Nothing for Illinois? Not northern Illinois, no. I don't expect anything up there. Yeah, the main concern today is in Texas, Nebraska, Kansas, and as well as back over into Oklahoma. It's the main concern. While we're waiting for radar scans, I do want to give a huge shout out to Jeff with the $100 Venmo. Jeff, you are also crazy, but I really do appreciate your generosity. Put some hearts in the chat for Jeff. I really do appreciate that, and thank you for, again, your generosity. You are crazy. We have a shelf cloud going into St. Louis, or the St. Louis area in Missouri. I just retweeted a photo of that on our Twitter page. We have a little line of storms going in that area. Pretty impressive. All right, we'll go back to this in a second. I do want to go back to Kansas again. Yeah, if we have a tornado here in Kansas, it's more than likely going to be in this activity here. For the record, this is our main area of rotation. That is in cyclonic rotation, not our anti-cyclonic, tornadoes. That tornado we had last night. This is your more typical type of tornado, but that'll be where we're looking right now. We also might have a little bit of rotation in the hook, but I think that area there is a little bit more concerning. But we're also watching this too, so we kind of got 2 different areas. The other one here is actually going to be, wait a second. Oh yeah, this is also going the same direction. So, and these are both cyclonic areas of rotation. This one's still quite broad. This one was apparently the one that had a reported wall cloud. Again, I could be wrong. I'm just trying to relay the reports I've been seeing, but that is where we'd be looking at that possibility there for some sort of, again, lowering or a wall cloud. Storm that's also near Waukene, I'd be watching for a low tornado risk there. Rotation aloft does seem strong enough, though, to the point where there could be at least a wall cloud on this storm. It's more than likely going to be associated with the activity here. But we might have something here as well. I'm not as convinced on this one anymore, but I do think this area is a little bit more concerning when you match up the radars. Elevation-wise, there's a bit stronger rotation there, and then the radar that we're looking at here is just showing broad surface rotation or near surface rotation. So that would be where we're looking. Once again, that is going to be right down just south of Gove City, Kansas. And then this is the rotation in Texas, which once again, we do have rotation just to the southeast of Turkey. The radar will update here in a second. We'll see if anything changes there. 4-inch hail is insane. Yeah, I mean that's deadly hail. 4-inch hail. If you're caught outside, that's deadly. That's like significant. Again, that's significant. You do not want to be dealing with 4-inch hail ever. This is still a confirmed tornado warning here as of 17 minutes ago. I don't think anything's on the ground still, but obviously still stay in your safe place no matter what. It is still a tornado warning. If that tornado is on the ground, it's going to be just south of Lakeview, Texas. And then we have another area of rotation near Turkey that we're watching. Which, once again, Turkey has already had a total of 3 tornadoes today. And they might get another one. So, you're definitely not out of the question at this point for maybe another tornado here. As this continues to move very slowly to the northeast over the next few minutes. This is just the Turkey outbreak. I mean, that's pretty much what it is. It's pretty much what it is right now. All right, they've condensed this warning. It no longer includes that little northern broad area of rotation, and it's also no longer confirmed. So we're back down to normal tornado warnings once again here near Turkey. Hopefully we don't get another tornado, but that's now, again, 3 tornadoes just in Turkey, Texas, and that's over the span, by the way, of 3 hours. So it's been happening for several hours now here across West Texas, specifically in Turkey. Which, again, it's just crazy. Cell towers in Turkey are malfunctioning, so there's no service right now, according to somebody in my chat. Doesn't sound wrong. I mean, this environment, especially, does not surprise me with how many storms we've had here. Something like that is possible. Doing some math, a 4-inch hailstone falling from a height would be around 107 miles per hour and would weigh about 1.5 pounds. That does sound about right. I think it's about 100 or so. So yeah, I said about 90, I think, earlier. So 107 does sound about right. So yeah, a softball-sized hailstone for reference, which, again, this is just based off his math, but I'm pretty sure that's right. A softball-sized hailstone, which is what's happening up here in Kansas right now. We got 4-inch hailstones, which, again, softball size, that's falling out of the sky near Utica and just south of Gove City. That is falling at a rate of around 100 miles per hour out of the sky. Imagine a softball being thrown at you at 100 miles per hour and it hits you. That would not feel good, for the record. So that's basically what's happening here. And that's faster than most people even throw softballs. So you're not supposed to throw a softball at 100 miles per hour. Baseballs can be thrown that fast, but softballs, again, falling out of the sky at 100 miles per hour, that's going to do some, again, serious damage, 1, and then 2, it could very easily injure you. So that's why it's very important in any warnings like this that you're always staying away from windows. And also, if you're a storm chaser, that you're always staying away from the actual storm itself, at least staying a good distance away from it, because that could do some serious damage to the car, and then you're in trouble, basically. 784 joules of energy is a lot. That is a lot. I mean, for hail too. I mean, like, in general, for a thunderstorm, that's not really a lot, but that's definitely a decent amount for severe weather. The amount of instability that we have today in Texas, for those that are wondering, like the Cape values, they're around 5,000 in a couple locations. That's where they got to today. So these storms really easily exploded today. So it's a pretty impressive environment. How's Austin? Most of the Austin area is mostly just going to be isolated hail and wind. So relatively low threat. Okay, we have 3 areas of rotation. This is our main one that I have circled. We have another one here, and we also have another one that's kind of up here near Highway 86. So we got 3 different areas here that are trying to rotate. And apparently there was just a meteor that went across the sky in Virginia. So if anybody in the chat's from Virginia and you saw something, let me know. Apparently there was a meteor that just went across the sky. So again, 3 areas of rotation on this storm near Turkey, Texas. Also, thank you, Matt, for the $5 donation through the donation link. I appreciate that. Thank you, Matt. If you guys do see any reports on Twitter, again, you can at me at MaxVelocityWX. And again, I'll try to relay reports. What part of Virginia? I don't know where. I just saw somebody tweet that on Twitter. Oops. We may have a tornado on the ground in Kansas. By the sounds of it, there is a small tornado that has just dropped on this storm. In Kansas. Again, it's a very rural area. I mean, yeah, this right here is your tornado more than likely. Again, it's a very small tornado for the record. It might even be oh, I think that is actually it right there. Yeah, it looks like right there that is a tornado that would be on the ground here in Kansas. So that's going to be going towards Utica over the next several minutes. So once again, if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. But yeah, this is a tornado that is in progress in Kansas.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So once again, this is a tornado on the ground. It's not confirmed, and we don't actually have a warning on where this tornado is. Once again, it's very rural parts of Kansas, so hopefully, you know, these people at least have some sort of warning with the severe thunderstorm warning. But with that being said, there is a very little amount of people in this area. That's the good news. The bad news is we have a tornado that's ripping across some fields and possibly could hit a few homes that are in the vicinity of Utica, Kansas. So again, if you're in this particular storm, you've got to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building as this continues to move to the southeast over the next several minutes. Again, presumably that's where the tornado is. It's not really embedded in the rain. That's essentially where it'd be, maybe even on the eastern side of the hook. We don't have a great velocity signature on this, but that's where it'd be approximately. I believe I may have occluded now, but that would be where your tornado is if it is still on the ground. It's a very small rope. Again, it's not a huge tornado. That's what we're talking about there. And they've just issued a new tornado warning on this.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, so there you go. That's the new one in Kansas. So once again, this was confirmed and on the ground moments ago. Again, by the sounds of it, it has now lifted, but it was on the ground briefly here near Utica. This is going to include. So this is the warning right here. So a population of 5. Oh, sorry, that's the one in Texas. The one east of Turkey, Texas is only 5 people. I'm trying to figure out the new warning here. It was Hall County, Texas. Yeah, we just had a small little landspout or tornado on this storm. I might have been more of a landspout, to be honest, but that would be what we're talking about there. Either way, we do still have enough rotation where there could be a legitimate tornado, even if that was a landspout that just happened. It was a little small rope. Here we go. This is Utica. So, again, small town in Kansas. It's a population of 139. It's going to be going towards Utica, Kansas. So if you know any friends or family in Utica, or if you do live in Utica yourself, you need to make sure that you're seeking shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building and away from windows as this continues to move down to the southeast. Again, this was confirmed moments ago. It has now, at least for the time being, what we did have on the ground has lifted, but again, it could drop again. And for the record, it also could, you know, be on the ground. We might just not have a clear visual of it, but it was on the ground moments ago. The area of circulation that's suspect here would be this here. So just west of Utica, Kansas. Yeah, unfortunately, the other thing is I keep mentioning these are rural areas, but I mean, a lot of these places do have, you know, farmland and stuff like that, so You know, that's the one unfortunate thing. There are a lot of farms in these areas, and a lot of, you know, farmers are impacted by these storms, unfortunately. So once again, if there's a tornado, it's going to be just west-northwest of Utica. It's moving east-southeast right now. Going to be going towards Utica, Kansas. And that's the storm that we're currently on. If you're in this tornado warning, again, continue to stay in your safe place, your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, or your bathroom, whatever's in the interior room of your home or building, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Again, we'll continue to give you updates as this storm does continue to evolve. But again, as of right now, this is still an area of rotation that we're watching very closely right now here in Kansas near Utica. Waiting for the next velocity scan. Should be in here in just a moment. It's going to be hard to confirm this visually. I know a lot of people are saying there's, at least, I mean, from what I'm seeing at least, it doesn't look like a tornado. It just looks like a massive rain shaft. And that's what we're looking at least visually. But, you know, on radar here, this would be your rain shaft. I mean, this is all the rotation embedded in this little area here. So just kind of keep that in mind.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay. Turkey just cannot get out of these storms. I mean, this is unbelievable. Turkey is under another tornado warning. Turkey, Texas just, you know, has not had any luck here today. That rotation's once again intensifying. Again, this could drop a tornado, and if it does, it could be strong. That's, again, just on the east side of Turkey. It's moving north, maybe northwest almost. So if you're in this tornado warning, you got to seek shelter again if you're in Turkey. I think Turkey, Texas has been in their safe place probably about 3 hours out of the last 4 hours here. I mean, there's been a tornado warning like every hour in this area. So once again, if you're in this tornado warning, you've got to seek shelter again. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. I mean, it's crazy how many times Turkey has been under a tornado warning here. This is literally the... It's unbelievable. I mean, literally the third or fourth one in the last, like, hour and a half. We'll have another radar scan in a second. The other two tornado warnings have just expired, so they just issued a new one for this area of rotation. We'll go back to this in a quick second. I do want to go back to Kansas real quick. This storm is strengthening, so then again, that rotation that's near Utica, that is intensifying. This could very easily drop a tornado. So once again, definitely a chance we have a tornado on the ground, or it's going to be close to dropping one. Going towards Utica, Kansas. At least there's going to be the threat there for a tornado and hail, but very possible that we get a tornado with that at any time. And the Turkey velocities will update here in a second in Turkey, Texas. Okay, this rotation just like died in the last couple seconds here. As a broadening area of circulation. So we'll keep watching this. It could still drop a tornado, like legitimately. I mean, it's strong enough for there to be a tornado, but if there's one on the ground, it's near settlement. I do want to go back to Utica again. Again, we may have a tornado on the ground with this storm. And very strong rotation here on this storm near Utica. And continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're in this warning. And this is still a dangerous storm that is attempting to produce a tornado right now here in the state of Kansas. And this is now officially confirmed. All right, so this is a confirmed tornado by weather spotters here in Kansas.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So once again, tornado is now on the ground here in Kansas. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Once again, that is going to be near Utica and just west of Arnold, where we do have a confirmed tornado. That is what is embedded in here. That is your tornado that is going to be moving to the east-southeast. And again, it's more than likely still a rain-wrapped tornado here that is moving in that direction towards Utica and eventually going to be going towards Arnold. We'll have a new velocity signature here in a second. The tornado was confirmed in Penn Dennis. I don't know where that is. I'm guessing it's up in here somewhere. Near Red Chief Road? I don't see a Penn Dennis, but I'm guessing that's what we're talking about right here for this confirmed tornado. Yeah, there's that. Wow, that's strong. Yeah. I mean, that's a tornado if I've ever seen one on radar. That's a very strong couplet. And we might not have a debris signature, but that is a very strong and tight area of rotation just to the west-northwest of Utica. So that right there is your tornado in Kansas. Once again, this is moving east-southeast, so continue to stay in your storm shelter if you're in Utica, or basement, your closet, your bathroom, whatever your tornado action plan is, whatever the lowest floor is, and in the interior room of your home or building, that's where you need to be right now. And this is a confirmed tornado now in Kansas, again, west central Kansas near Utica. We still have a tornado warning in Turkey, Texas, so we'll continue to watch that closely. This is what Turkey, Texas looks like right now. From Austin. Turkey has literally been hit by 3 different tornadoes today. Not to joke about it, but I mean, they've been hit by 3 different tornadoes today in the suburb areas. And they're under another tornado warning where there might be a 4th tornado. So it's insane. That area's been hit multiple times today. Again, there could be another tornado on the ground on the east side of Turkey. Not confirmed by radar, but there's definitely a strong enough area of rotation. It's rain wrapped, looking from 4 different POVs. Yeah, this is a rain wrapped tornado. I mean, it's gonna be very hard to see. This is what it looks like on radar. So we got all this rain around it, and what rain wrapped means is literally like it's like a gift wrap. It's wrapping up whatever it is, and that rain is wrapping around this tornado, so you cannot see the tornado visibly in most cases. So that's what's happening here in the Utica area of Kansas. That's why you should, if you're not a storm chaser, be in your storm shelter or basement. Don't try to look for this. It's too dangerous to be looking for it. We're getting softball-sized hail in Waukene, Kansas right now. This is up to baseball size. If you have any photos or any measurements of that, feel free to at me at MaxVelocityWX, and also make sure you contact your local National Weather Service first. But make sure to contact them and send in that report, because they'll be able to try to verify that report quicker. That's the Dodge City National Weather Service that you need to contact for that report. But if you do have any photos of it, feel free to at me on Twitter. And if we do have a tornado on the ground, it's going to be in that black circle. It's just to the west-northwest of Utica. We'll have a new radar scan in just a moment. Yeah, that is a tornado. It's still going. This is, again, still a tornado on the ground here in Turkey. Once again, that is moving towards Utica over the next few minutes. Don't have any CC drop, which, for the record, we could have a tornado without any CC drop. There isn't a whole lot in this spot, but it might just be kicking up dust or something like that. But with that said, again, still very strong couplet, and if we do have a tornado, it's right there. It's going to be just to the northwest of Utica, Kansas. And again, this is going to be moving slowly to the east. Storm is moving east right now at approximately 15 miles per hour. It'll be approaching Ransom here pretty soon in Kansas. That's really the main track right now of this storm. This is not a confirmed wedge tornado, by the way, just for the record. At least from what I know, it's not confirmed. So, from what I'm seeing and what I've heard, this is a large rain shaft, and I think a lot of people are getting that confused. Unless I'm missing something, I might just be missing something. But there's a massive rain shaft on this. which people are, I think, mistaking this for a wedge tornado. A wedge tornado is an actual wedge tornado. Visually, you're going to see a wedge like this. It's going to be like a large cone. What we're seeing right now is more of like a large rain shaft, or at least from what I'm seeing from different chasers. It's more of a rain shaft that's kind of straight like this, like a box almost, or a circle, a cylinder, that sort of thing. Now, again, I could be wrong. I mean, that rotation's strong and it's large enough where we could have something larger, but I do believe more than anything, this would be more of just a large rain shaft. But until we have anything visually, it's hard to confirm this. I mean, again, from what I've seen, it's, again, more of just a, again, rain-wrapped tornado. And for the record, again, that rain shaft is huge going around where that tornado is anyways, so it's going to be still hard to see relative to that as well. Yes, there's still currently a tornado on the ground. Again, it is rain-wrapped. It's going to be in this rain-wrapped area in the Hook Echo near Utica. Yes, this is on the ground. I'm not denying the on the ground part of it. I'm just saying overall, this again, more than likely, not currently a wedge tornado. Yeah, we don't have any CC drop on this, which means no debris is currently being lifted up into the atmosphere, which is good news. Again, it's not really impacting really anybody right now. It's very rural parts. I mean, we got a couple roads here and some farms, so hopefully that continues where we're not really seeing anybody hit by this, but it is going to be approaching the town of Utica, Kansas over the next few minutes. Was a wedge tornado. It's pretty much what I just drew. I mean, it's something like this. It looks something like this, and it's, you know, dark shaded in, that sort of thing. That's what a wedge tornado looks like. And then a large rain shaft is usually something like this. It's much straighter, and it just looks like a bunch of rain falling out of the sky. And so that's more than likely what's happening there, but the tornado is embedded in that rain shaft. And I've not seen any clear visual of this tornado, aside from, again, that land spout that we had. But over the last couple of stands on this storm, the rotation itself is a little bit weaker. And there's probably still a tornado there. It's just, again, it's not really kicking up much of anything on radar. But that right there would be your tornado. It's in that Hook Echo near Utica. All right, let me real quickly go back down to Texas, and then we'll go back down to Kansas, or go back up to Kansas in a minute. This is the rotation near Turkey. I think this rotation's included quite a bit here. Still stay in your safe place if you're in this warning, just in case it tries to do something funky. But right now, I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation on that storm anymore. So, good news for Turkey, Texas. I think we are clear. At least for now. At least if you're in downtown Turkey, you're probably fine. I would still stay in your safe place just in case something weird happens here, but probably in about 10 or 15 minutes, you'll probably be done with this. I think in about 10, 15, maybe 20 minutes, you'll finally be done with the storms there if you're in Turkey, Texas. Because Turkey's, again, had 3 different tornadoes today, and may have just had a 4th one. Again, we didn't have anything confirmed, but the rotation was definitely strong enough for there to be a tornado. Still got a lot of severe thunderstorms across Texas. We got warnings up and down areas in South and Central Texas. Again, all of this storm activity will organize into a line and eventually move eastbound tonight. We will talk more about that once we don't have as many warnings when it comes to tornadoes, but I just want to throw that out there. That is what we're looking at in those areas for tonight. We'll have another radar scan here in just a moment on this storm, once again, in Utica. Yeah, if that tornado's still on the ground, it's going to be right about here. Still do have a CC drop on this from a distance. The close-up radar site doesn't show up, but from the distance it shows a CC drop. I think that's hail. But if this tornado is on the ground still, it's going to be rain-wrapped. We'll have another radar scan on the velocities in a moment. Velocities will update in just a second. What are the orange pixels? Could be windmill contamination. Actually, this doesn't look like windmill contamination. That also, the rotation just occluded. So I think that tornado that we had likely just occluded, and we'll be watching now for a redevelopment in this area here. So that's what we're looking at now. But yeah, a lot of the time this is like windmills, or in some cases it's windmills. This is windmill contamination right here. This could just be like bugs, birds, flies, whatever it might be. That right there is windmill contamination, I believe, near Spear Mill. Oh, look at this. We got a water spout report in Pendennis, Kansas. I don't know why they pop up as water spout reports on here, but this was a land spout that we did have reported here, just for the record. So land spout was reported there about, what time is it now? About 20 minutes ago. That's when we reported it as well, but it was about 20 minutes ago. There was a water spout, or sorry, not water, okay, that water spout is gonna drive me nuts now. A land spout that was confirmed here in Kansas, near Pendennis, and again, that's just west of Utica. So very rural area, but there was a land spout there. Looked like it was just going over flat land, and there wasn't really much there other than maybe farms, so that's again the latest on that spot there. Having water spouts in Kansas would be something. This has dropped back down to radar indicated, so no longer a tornado confirmed. Also, if you're in Turkey, Texas, guess what? You don't have to be in your safe place anymore. You're officially out of the tornado warning for like the 4th time. Set some confetti in the chat. Turkey's not in a warning. For the first time in like, feels like days, they're not under a warning for a tornado. Is anybody from Turkey, Texas in the chat? I'm just curious. I don't know if we have any viewers from Turkey, but I'm genuinely curious right now. I'm from Memphis. Memphis isn't far from Turkey. Turkey has a population of like 300, so the odds of somebody in this chat being from Turkey is pretty low. We need a turkey with a helmet emoji. Might have to do it. Might have to do it. We do have some emojis like tennis balls and stuff, cheese curds, all that sort of stuff. We'll have to get a drunk emoji. Or drunk tornado emoji as well for members. So for the time being, again, this tornado has occluded, but there's a pretty good chance we're going to see some sort of redevelopment on this hook near Utica going towards Ransom. So that'll be the next area to watch for. All right, so as of right now, we don't have anything confirmed anymore on the ground. We still do have 2 radar-indicated tornado warnings. And if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. And again, we'll keep you posted with the latest with tornado warning coverage and severe weather coverage here across a large chunk of the United States, as there will still be more warnings tonight. And thank you guys for 185,000 subscribers. We just passed that. I do appreciate everybody that has subscribed to the channel. Another crazy milestone here on the channel. So I do appreciate you all a lot. Yeah, Turkey, Texas had about 3 different tornadoes today. They were kind of all in the outskirts, not really the downtown area, but we did have multiple tornadoes there. So, again, kind of crazy stuff there. Not something you see very often in one little location. And the other crazy thing was, we had a tornado at 5:45 p.m. and we had 2 right around 8 o'clock. So they were not in the same time frame. Like, they kind of happened at different times. By the way, thank you, Lydia, for the $5 super chat, and also thank you, Carrie, for the $2 super chat. We appreciate it. Now, for the record, for anybody that's just tuning in, this storm was producing softball-sized hail. I don't know if it still is, but at one point this was producing massive hailstones. So this was a serious hailstorm at one point. It still is. I mean, it's still producing Easter egg-sized hail, which is 2 inches in diameter. But this is relatively significant. What we just saw here in a very rural area of Kansas, but man, at as large as 4.5-inch diameter hail, which is about CD-sized hail or DVD-sized hail. For those that are wondering about an update on yesterday's tornado in southwest Oklahoma, the one that was large and strong, the strongest one that we had last night, the official word from the National Weather Service of Norman is that it was an EF1, a high-end EF1 tornado. Sustained winds, I don't know yet. I don't know the length of it. I thought it was about 30 minutes, but I could be wrong on that. But, yeah. Now, obviously, a lot of people are going to be like, why was it so low? The winds were so strong on radar. Well, they based this off of damage, and there was only 2 things I think that were damaged, or 2 buildings, or something like that. And so there wasn't enough damage, essentially, to rate it higher. There just wasn't anything definitive that showed EF2+ damage, basically. And again, they based it off damage. Obviously, radar showed 140 to... It showed 260 mile per hour gate-to-gate shear, but it's kind of irrelevant for that, because it's, again, based off damage. Yeah, 4-inch hail is Butterburger-sized hail, I believe. So, wow. We have 2 more reports that just came in on this storm. One that was 7 minutes ago, but more land spout photos on this storm. So it sounds like this tornadic storm here in Kansas is producing a lot of land spouts. So we have 2 more reports of a land spout near Utica. Which again, land spouts are usually weaker than tornadoes, but they basically don't originate from the base of a storm. Yeah, these are not water spout reports. They are definitely land spouts. There's no water really here. So 3 different land spout reports. Those are those little blue triangles that you have there. I don't know if I just said water spout. I meant to say land spout near Utica. I miss Butterburgers. All we have is Brahms. I actually have had Brahms before. It's all right. Nothing too special. All right, let's go back down to Texas real quick. I want to check the 1 tornado warning that we have in Texas. That rotation is brought out pretty quickly, so I think they'll probably end up canceling that warning. Storms are going towards Memphis, and wow, look at that timing. We have crazy timing on these streams, I swear. They canceled that warning, though. Memphis is still in line for at least some marginal wind and hail. And then further down to the south, we do have a storm that is producing 80 mile per hour damaging winds. Okay. This is near Jayton, Texas. We have a destructive storm here as of about 8 minutes ago that is producing 80 mile per hour damaging winds. So this is a extremely dangerous situation if you are here just to the northwest of Abilene. This is a dangerous storm producing damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour. This is in line to go towards Haskell, Texas, and Rochester and Rule. That is essentially the intensity of an EF0 tornado that's going that direction, but it's a widespread threat with 80 mile per hour winds. So if you're in this warning, you've got to get away from windows and on the on the lowest floor possible. Treat it as if it's a tornado warning with how significant that is. Sorry, give me 1 second. All right. There we go.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, they have issued a new tornado warning in Kansas. That's on the storm that has been producing multiple land spouts and has also produced the threat for a tornado. But again, that rotation is going to be right here. We've had a land spouts reported, but that's where we're looking for the potential for a tornado. So again, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building if you are in this tornado warning. So again, that's moving east and east-southeast right now here in Kansas. So that is our new tornado warning. Again, that's for Utica and just west of Ransom, Kansas. Multiple land spouts have been reported with this storm, but we could still get a tornado as this continues to move east-southeast. Population of 186, by the way, in this warning. So again, very rural parts of Kansas. But once again, this right here near Utica, that's the area that we're looking at with the bulk of where people live here near Stanley Street on Highway 4. That area of rotation is right there, just to the northwest side of Utica. All right, real quickly, I have to go pee, so I'll be back in 60 seconds. Stay tuned, and we'll be back in a second. This again in Kansas. All right, I'm back. Somebody sneak the bed in before he gets back. I think it'll take a long time to do that. You nailed your broadcast exam. You know your stuff. I do appreciate it. Yeah, I would say we did a test run before that one, and I think the test run was better. But either way, I thought it was pretty good still. I'll give that about like an 8 out of 10, maybe a 7 out of 10. Swarley, no, he's chasing in a RAV4, I believe. Once again, we are watching a tornado warning here in Kansas near Utica. The black circles where that rotation is. We do again have some land spouts happening with this storm. Again, it's not super duper like concerning at this point. The land spouts just aren't really that impressive. They are, again, usually brief, short-lived, weak areas of circulation. They're not tornadoes, but they are, again, land spouts that do produce minimal damage. So that's obviously something that you should also be seeking shelter for. But the tornado itself, if we have one, the rotation's just not super strong right now. But we'll continue to watch trends in case this does try to drop. It was initially confirmed. More likely than not, it was land spout, but that's what we're currently looking at again here in Kansas. Thank you, Jack, for the $4.99. I work at Culver's and make butter burgers for a living. Does this make me important? It does make you important. You do make some of my meals whenever we get Culver's. I do appreciate your $4.99. Also, thank you, Hunter, for the generous $10 super chat. I do appreciate that. Truck driver on 287 in Texas. When do I stop? I don't even know where 287 is. I usually don't do questions like this when we're in the middle of tornado warnings, but I'm just going to quickly look because we're still waiting on a scan. I don't know. Oh, is 287 up here to the north? Oh, yeah, it's right here. I mean, storms will be around Memphis, so if you're near Amarillo, like, this will be the area for damaging winds, and again, that's all moving northeast right now. That'd be where you would probably want to stop, is near Memphis. But again, these should speed up eventually. but they're primarily in the Memphis area, so Memphis and onward, that's where we're looking at damaging winds. They are kind of weakening, but Childress, Memphis, that's where the main concern is there for damaging winds. As of now. And again, that could change in 30 minutes or whenever you get closer to that area. Also thank you, Crystal, for becoming a moderate velocity member. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the Velocities. Also thank you, Captain Cherry, for the $5 super chat for the IHOP fund. I do appreciate it. I don't know if we're doing IHOP for dinner tonight, but it might be our only option, because I don't think there's much open anymore. How will Abilene be? It's going to be mostly damaging winds and maybe a brief tornado threat. It's really the main concern there. Also, thank you, Haas, for the $2 super chat. Let me check Twitter and see if we have any other reports. If you guys do have any photos or videos of these storms, you can also at me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. Or if you have any reports that you see, you can also mention me on those. There is flash flooding in Turkey, Texas, by the way. I'm retweeting a video of that on Twitter. That does not surprise me. I mean, Turkey, again, has had 3 different tornadoes today. And those tornadoes, you know, all happened hours apart. I mean, we had one at 5:30 or 5:45. We have a couple around 8. So we have had multiple tornadoes in Turkey today, and that means there's been multiple storms. So, you know, with that said, it's been a pretty significant day there in Turkey. Also, thank you, Sky, for becoming a minimum velocity member. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the Velocities. Again, these are not water spouts. These are land spouts that have happened. There are 3 water spout reports on here, but they are all land spouts. Waterburger. I'm not getting Waterburger, guys. I don't even have a Waterburger here. Thank you, Kelsey, for the $49.99. You're crazy, Kelsey. I do appreciate your generosity, and thank you for your generous super chat. I really do appreciate it. Put some hearts in the chat for Kelsey. That is very generous. Yeah, this rotation isn't looking really that healthy right now. Again, it's pretty weak. We could still see some land spouts, and we might even see something down here near Utica. There's a couple spots I'll be watching, but yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit of a tough situation here for either of these to develop. I think the one near Utica might have a little bit better of a shot there. Yeah, that's on the northeast side of Utica. We got one on the northwest side of Utica, and this will be moving towards Ransom over the next few minutes. Also, thank you, Haas, for becoming a minimum velocity member. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the Velocities. Tag me on Twitter? Okay. Oh my goodness. You guys are getting crazy with these AI generated photos. If you want to check out some... You guys want to check out these photos on Twitter? They're at MaxVelocityWX. We got. I think the next thing is going to be a cheese curd tornado at this point. But I mean, like we got turkey tornadoes. We've got flying. We got drunk nados, and we got trampoline tornadoes on our Twitter page at MaxVelocityWX. Just AI generated photos that are crazy. You guys have very interesting minds. Once again, I'm not seeing anything confirmed here, but we got a couple areas of rotation that could drop a tornado at any time here in Kansas. We're going to continue to watch this very closely. Cheese curd tornado, you know somebody's on it? I know somebody's on it. What's the difference between a land spout and a tornado? A land spout happens not from the base of a storm. The storm itself, like tornadoes usually form from a storm base. So that's the key difference. A land spout usually happens away from a storm. So that's the main difference. Now, with that said, land spouts, again, are usually less damaging as well. They are usually very weak. And then tornadoes can be weak or strong. Thank you, Pseudo, for becoming a minimum velocity member as well. I do appreciate it. Yeah, once again, we're going to continue to watch this storm. If there's anything else also that's concerning further south, we'll obviously go to that, or even further north. We do have storms kind of all over the place right now, from Nebraska back into Texas. The tornado warning has just expired on the back half of the storm, so we are down to 1 tornado warning. That still does include Utica and just west of Ransom, Kansas. Also, thank you, Carol, for becoming a Velocity member. Thank you, Sky, for the $5 super chat. Born and raised in Tulsa, Oklahoma, lived in Minnesota for 10 years. Thanks for helping everyone and educating as well. Appreciate that. Thank you for your $5 super chat. Try to educate while we're doing these too. I mean, there's obviously a lot of things that are, happening, like land spouts, for example, and stuff like that. Some people may not know the difference. Land spouts are very common in the Central Plains, by the way, like Kansas and Nebraska. They're much more common in these states, and even Colorado. They're much more common in those 3 states, but they do occasionally happen elsewhere. Basically in Tornado Alley is where it's the most common. Mark, if it was strong enough, but usually land spouts aren't strong enough to do that. Thank you, Caleb, for becoming a minimum velocity member as well. I mean, the other thing you have to worry about too is like flying debris. Land spouts can still pick up debris. So you don't want to be outside and try to test, if you can be lifted up by a land spout. That's just not smart, 1. And then 2, obviously, there's going to be flying debris with it too, which is a serious danger. Looks like we got some sort of organizing rotation here near Utica. Got a little hook developing on this. Maybe. Or maybe not. The velocities are 6 minutes behind. Never mind. Velocities haven't updated. I'll see what the velocities show whenever they update here. My apologies. I didn't realize the radar was 6 minutes behind. Some decent inflow. There is definitely some inflow here. Got a little strong inflow notch. Yeah, you got your hook. Got an RFD surge. Kind of got everything here. Here are your velocities. I mean, we do have something here. I don't think it's a tornado or anything. It's kind of out in front of it, but like, I mean, there could be a land spout or something like that. Yeah, I'm not seeing much here. I think more than anything, this is more of a damaging wind threat right now. I don't know if anything's been spotted recently. I mean, we've had multiple land spouts reported, but looks more to be like a wind threat right now near Ransom and Utica. Yeah, moving eastbound. But again, if you are in this warning, just continue to stay in your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building, as this will continue to move to the east over the next several minutes at about 15 miles per hour. We are currently in Kansas, for those that are just tuning in. Again, this is our only tornado warning right now. We got lots of severe weather across Oklahoma and other states like that. Texas is really the main state right now. We do have storms now entering into southwest Oklahoma. None of these are severe. There is a tornado watch that currently goes until 11 tonight. And then they may end up issuing a new severe thunderstorm watch out here, perhaps soon, for the wind and hail threat. But that, I don't think, has been, at least yet, determined. Let me check. Also, this storm was producing 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. It's back down to 60. We also got a storm near Bollinger that's increasing in activity. So we got still a few storms out there. Let me check and see, though, if they've issued a mesoscale discussion yet. Also, they issued a new outlook an hour ago on this. It is still pretty much the same risk outline, just an FYI. I didn't really mention it. They haven't issued any new mesoscale discussion, but presumably that area might be in consideration for some sort of severe thunderstorm watch, as that activity moves east in Texas. We now have a cheese curd tornado. If you want to check it out on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. We have a cheese curd tornado. Austin is literally crazy. He's made every single tornado for us. A cheese curd tornado. On Twitter. What is a drunk tornado? It's just a meme that kind of developed last night. I mean, it's essentially a tornado that goes one direction and all of a sudden does like a big U-turn. Or just goes in a weird direction. We've had a few tornadoes like that where there's like no storm motion, so they just kind of go in weird directions. So that's what that means. Again, it's not an official tornado turn. It's just something we made up last night. Now with that said, we might have to release a t-shirt or something like that for it. Or a drunk tornado at some point. We'll see. I gotta say though, you know, this is one of the quietest times of a stream that I've had in quite a while. You know, we got one tornado warning. I mean, it still could produce, obviously, but granted, it's not doing too shabby. It's not really that strong of rotation right now. Let's hope it stays that way. Hopefully, this doesn't really intensify into anything significant. We've had no visual of any tornado. There's a lot of lightning with this storm, but there's just no visual of a tornado with this as of right now here in the state of Kansas. Again, near Utica, Kansas. Very rural area, but we'll continue to watch it closely in case it does try to do anything. And while we're at it, if you have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. I'll be answering them because, I mean, there's not really much happening right now with the storm. It's so slow. Not really going anywhere. So I'll continue to answer questions, comments, concerns. Complaints cannot be held in this chat. We do not hold complaints here. Cash, it usually doesn't have any sort of direct correlation, but usually they do come with storms that are a bit more organized. But not always. I mean, landspouts can kind of happen whenever. But once again, landspouts don't really determine an intensity of a storm. They don't always mean that storms are, like, intense, strong, or anything like that. It's not a direct correlation. What are embedded tornadoes? So we have a line of storms, and we have, like, embedded circulations, kind of something like this, where you have inflow notches going into storms. That's your hook. Like that, and then we would have, again, a tornado embedded in a line of storms. That's what embedded tornadoes means. How long have I been doing meteorology on YouTube? We've been doing this for 2 years now, I believe. I'm trying to think. I think we started 2 years ago. Yeah, I mean, we started about 2 years ago. A little over 2 years ago. I mean, we started doing live streams 2 years ago. But we've been doing videos for about 4 or 5 years, I think, now. So we've been doing it for quite a while. But before, it used to just be North Texas. Now it's obviously nationwide, so. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it. Yeah, landspouts are usually weak. They're not usually strong. Did you have dinner? I sort of had dinner around like 6-ish, but I'm getting hungry, so we'll have to get something at some point. Now, with that said, I'm not sure how long this threat's going to keep going. I mean, if the storms aren't super bad in like 30 minutes to an hour, we might have a bit of a shorter night overall. I mean, we'll stay live at least for the next like 45 minutes or so, but if things aren't super duper concerning after that, we might not even have to be live. I mean, a lot of this should be mostly damaging winds. You know, we missed kind of the core of the threat today with the, you know, significant tornado threat that kind of developed back down in Texas. There were a few, you know, pretty decently shaped tornadoes in the Texas Panhandle, but it's still possible that we could get something like that here in the next couple of hours. I'm just not sure how that threat will materialize with the current convection mode that we have with linear storms and a lot of outflow driven storms right now across a large chunk of Texas and Oklahoma. The ones here in Kansas are a bit more discreet, so they have a little bit better of a shot of producing something over the next couple of hours, but it's still relatively minimal for the time being. Let me change the angle of that Quanta Texas live cam. We should have a better shot of the lightning on that. Give me 1 second on that. There we go. Right side of your screen, Quanta, Texas. That one has a lot more lightning. That's facing towards the storm. And that's back over near Vernon and like Wichita Falls area. Heading towards 200,000 subscribers. I don't even know what we're at right now. What are we at? We're at 180. We're at 185,613. That is crazy. That is literally insane. I don't know how many we've gained recently, but like we apparently gained about 60,000 in the month of April, which is just insane. Yeah, we gained about 57,000 in April. That's legitimately insane. Thank you, Dustin, for the $4.99. Is College Station good? I do think College Station is okay. You could still see some isolated hail and wind, but it should be a low threat. This rate will be on. I mean, at this rate, if we do have a lot more of these tornado outbreaks and stuff, we will probably hit 250,000 in the month of June. I mean, it's highly dependent on weather, though. I mean, obviously, as many of you know, the weather space on YouTube in particular, too, like, these streams that happen, I mean, they're mostly for bad weather, and that's what's happening now. So if there's bad weather, it's more likely to happen. But if there's not bad weather, it's probably not going to happen. The quiet months are, during, like, the fall, and, usually it's just the fall and the late summer that's a bit quieter, but, like this time of the year right now, we're at the peak of severe weather season, and this is when the weather is the worst, and the weather is the most impactful overall. So that's when the weather is obviously the most trendy sort of thing when it comes to things, weather related at least. It's usually during this time of the year. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning, by the way. I do think this tornado warning will be let to expire. They'll probably go ahead and cancel the warning here in Kansas. Should be going back to a TP, which is tornado possible, and that's not toilet paper. That is tornado possible. What's my favorite season? I don't know. I actually don't. I mean, like, I personally, I like winter. Not because of any particular reason when it comes to, like, tornadoes or, winter storms or anything like that. I honestly like winter purely due to the fact of the temperatures. It's comfortable weather, at least where I live, for, the winter. No, we're not. There's no toilet paper tornado. Please do not give Austin any more ideas, please. We don't need an AI generated toilet paper tornado. It just does not need to happen. All right, there's no longer any tornado warnings, so we're back down to severe thunderstorm warnings, which means we don't have any tornado warnings. We usually always have one when we've been live recently, but luckily we don't have one right now. We still got a lot of severe weather, though, and I mean, we are still far from done with severe weather. Again, a lot of these storms, though, will try to organize in Texas into a line of storms with mainly damaging winds and hail. We do have an area of storms that did develop near St. Louis that's weakening. So no cause for concern there for the time being. Toilet paper tornado for the win. You guys might not know this, but we have, and this is a meter that I only have used once. It's for a winter storm, but we have a toilet paper meter. This might be the dumbest meter we've ever made, but this was for winter storms in Texas. This is a legitimate meter that I made. There's no toilet paper risk today, for the record, but that was made specifically for winter storms when people, were panicking because of a winter storm coming to Texas. So, I remember that meter. It's a popular meter if you've been around for a while. We've had that toilet paper meter around here for a little while now. But that was more of a winter thing. It's definitely not a spring thing. And this has not the dumbest, the cutest. Okay. Apparently it's a cute meter. I'm glad at least there's some purpose to it. By the way, shout out to Larry again for the $40 DoorDash gift card. I actually think I'll be using this. It is legit by the looks of it, so I think we're good on that end. I do appreciate Larry. Which I didn't know that was even possible to send people gift cards, but I do appreciate that. If you're still here. Our next meter is probably gonna have to be a drunk tornado meter or something like that. That'll have to be our next meter. Might have something developing here. This is near Waukene, Kansas. Possibly something developing there. Maybe a brief tornado or something like that. It's near, again, Waukene, Kansas, which is a bit more populated. Let's see what the next radar scan holds here. So once again, if you are in this warning, just stay vigilant. Could produce something. Where's the power lines meter? We don't have a power lines meter. That's not very... I don't know how we would even do that. We could do it though. I mean, we could do anything. We could make any meter that you want. I'm not gonna make every single meter. Reed Timmer actually said I could use his hail photo, like his damaged car photos from all the hail, for a meter in the future. If I made a hail meter or something like that, but I don't think we're gonna do that. It'd just be a lot of work. And honestly, I don't feel like making... I don't feel like going back through all of his streams trying to find all his hail damage from his vehicles. Thank you, Writing, for the $5 super chat. I know Missouri's gonna be fine tonight, but with just a flood warning and a watch. But storms tomorrow on the Screen and Hills tomorrow. Yeah, let me real quickly go through tomorrow. I didn't actually think of that. So we didn't make a video today. I will hopefully have one tomorrow, but maybe not. I don't know. With, you know, again, college is done until next fall. So, you know, I have a lot of time now. So we'll probably have at least a little bit more video stuff, hopefully, here soon. But this is tomorrow's risk. I am planning on being live tomorrow. It is a massive area. It's a low risk, but it is a huge area tomorrow. From the Midwest back into the Southern Plains. We have a slight risk in Texas and Oklahoma. That's where massive hailstorms are possible. Overall, tomorrow, the tornado threat it's low, but it includes just about everybody in here. Again, going from the Midwest all the way back into the Southern Plains. Now, this is the timing for tomorrow, which will have the timestamp at the top of your screen. But once again, massive area tomorrow. But this is what we're looking at for tonight, and we'll go into tomorrow morning. I usually wouldn't go live for this sort of threat, but it's a huge area, so that's the reason why we're going live. So this is tomorrow morning. We'll have a line of storms developing around 9 a.m. across parts of Missouri, Iowa, and Illinois. We'll have some convection down here, but most of that will be pretty, you know, insignificant. By around lunchtime, this activity will start to move to the east. It should kind of die out. It shouldn't be really too intense. And then we'll also be watching for more storm development in the afternoon across parts of Kansas and northern Oklahoma around 2. Storms will move into the Chicago area around 2 o'clock with damaging winds, hail, maybe a brief tornado. That should really be the only activity. I don't know when we're going live tomorrow, but this will be the area to watch for. Would be tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow evening would be our next threat. So we may even have 2 different live streams depending on what happens there tomorrow morning. This will be our next storm activity, and this is the one that'll be much more robust and more significant. We'll be across parts of Oklahoma and as well as north central Texas, where some massive hailstorms will be possible, more damaging winds, and that'll also probably impact the DFW Metro with another line of storms. So once again, it's gonna be pretty active. And then once we go into Friday, I am hoping we have a day off, because I really want to go somewhere other than, you know, being live all the time. I'd like to have a day off at least. Hopefully we do, but if not, this looks interesting as well going into Friday evening for Flying Fences Friday, which right now there is only a marginal threat, but I would not be surprised if that gets upgraded. because of the nature of the environment that we're going to have there, with massive hailstorms again probably being possible and damaging winds, with maybe a couple of tornadoes. So that day will be in consideration for a live stream. But right now, tomorrow, we have a likelihood of going live. If we don't go live in the afternoon for that threat in the Midwest, we'll go live in the evening for the threat that's going to happen back down in Texas and Oklahoma and possibly Kansas. That looks, again, to be the more significant and robust threat. Also, yeah, I forgot to tell you guys this. Monday. Bruh. A tornado outbreak is going to be again possible on Monday. So we're going to almost undoubtedly be live for this. That is, again, from Texas back through Nebraska. Right now, all modes of severe weather are in the forecast for Monday, including damaging winds, hail, and tornadoes. But a tornado outbreak is very well in play for Monday. And it's not guaranteed. We are still several days out for Monday, so things could change. It's Wednesday, and that's Monday of next week. But, yeah, it could get pretty hairy on Monday. Unfortunately, it looks like an outbreak, at least some sort of outbreak is possible, whether that's a severe weather outbreak or a tornado outbreak, both of which would be possible. So yeah, again, we'll be live on that day, so make sure, if you're new to the channel, subscribe to the channel. If you're new here, that's the red button down below, and click the bell icon so you're notified when we do go live on Monday. But again, we'll probably be live again tomorrow, and then possibly even as we go into Friday. Again, hopefully we don't have to, but Monday is going to be, or Friday, sorry, is going to be a consideration for a live stream. Check velocities. There isn't much here. I mean, again, the rotation, we had a brief tightening there near Wakini. The other storm back over near Utica isn't really that impressive. Even though there's a hook, it's not really rotating a whole lot right now. That Kiwanis storm is producing a ton of lightning right now. I'm really hoping, by the way, to get this computer, this new computer all in probably by next week. So we might not have it by Monday, but we should hopefully have it by the end of next week for the new computer. And again, I do appreciate all of our members and anybody that's donated to help with this big project. Again, I'm going to try to put as much into it as we can so that we can have something that's reliable for the next few years for a computer. Because, again, it's going to be a massive upgrade from what we have right now, which is a laptop. Here's a live cam on Virtual Railfan of the lightning right now in Kewanna, Texas. So, again, these storms in Texas are highly electrified. And you can just see how much lightning is happening right now on the Virtual Railfan in Texas. There's a ton of it. And also, we're going to have a lot more monitors, too. I have a monitor stand already. I'm going to try to set that up probably tomorrow at some point. And we're going to try to start getting that going. And again, we're going to do some quick upgrades here. And I'm hoping to get I'm probably going to have to get another desk. So there's a lot of upgrades coming right now. All right, here's that live cam again, and I'm Virtual Railfan in Kewanna, Texas. Lots and lots of lightning here. Just download more CPU, download RAM. That's not gonna help. This laptop, if at this rate, it's gonna be dead here in like 2 years or less, or even then, I mean, it might even be kind of dead before that. I mean, it's struggling right now, but once we end up. I mean, I've already upgraded the RAM on this. I can't fit any more RAM into the laptop. The CPU, I'm not sure about, but either way, we are going to just get a computer because that'll make things a lot easier for the future. Right till she dies. I mean, the quality's gotten a lot worse, though. Whenever we've done Storm Chaser feeds and stuff here on these live streams recently, they've been just bugging out like crazy. So I don't want to keep that going. I would rather just get a new computer and fix the issue that way. Siren to announce tornadoes on here. That'd be really cool. I mean, we have alert sounds, but I don't see a point right now in a siren. Just get a Ryan Hall setup. He has like 25 monitors, doesn't he? He has a ton of them. Cooling fans help laptops. That's the other problem. I mean, this doesn't really have good cooling fans, but I mean, and the one I have currently built has cooling fans. It has a bunch of other stuff, so I'm ordering the parts more than likely tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon, so hopefully they'll come pretty soon, but we'll build that next week. Hey, Rats, for the $5 super chat. I have somebody that's gonna build it. One of my friends is, so one of my friends will put it together. That lightning is so vivid. Yeah, there's a lot of lightning in Kuana. These storms are highly electrified right now. The storm near Ransom, there's a little hook developing on the back side of this, looks like. Or it's still trying to develop. Let's see what the velocities show here. To a live stream of you building it. I'm not going to build it. It's going to be my friend. I could do a members only stream of it if you guys really want to see a computer being built. I'm not sure if you guys want to see that, but if you guys want to, I mean, I could try to make it happen. We could try to make that a possibility if you guys want to see it. It'd be a members only stream though if I do that. Because I'm not going to make a public stream on this channel of a computer building project when literally a weather channel. Members want to see it? Okay. I have to make sure my friend agrees to it, but if he does, then we'll do a members only computer building stream. It'll be probably late next week if we do that. It'll take like an hour or two to build, so I mean it'll probably be like an hour long. Can I explain the CC radar? Yeah, I mean what we're looking at, this is the correlation coefficient, that's what it's called. It essentially will pick up debris or hail or something along those lines, sometimes snow. It just depends on the event, but it picks up a lot of different things and it's useful for a lot of different things. For tornadoes in particular, what we're going to be looking for is if there's strong rotation in this area, for example, we're going to be looking for a CC drop, which means that the values here are dropping substantially right in this area right here. Right now it's all red, and that essentially means it's just rain. But if we have like this green or blue drop in this area here, that means that there's more than likely a tornado that is lifting up debris. We don't have that on this storm, but that would be what we're looking for. And then this right here, more than anything, is just, you know, light precipitation or hail or something like that that's picking up on. Is Brandon just going right into the hailstorm here? I don't know if Brandon's going north intentionally here, but if he's going north, he's going right into the hailstorm. Thank you, Joza, for becoming a moderate velocity member. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the velocities. We have 31 new members today. I do appreciate everybody becoming a member if you have. It supports the page a ton. What's the worst color to see on radar? It's usually dark blue. Dark blue and black. At least on this particular color table, but it does vary on various measures. But if you see anything around 100% like this, that's usually just rain. Anything that goes green can be hail, it can be tornadoes. It just depends on what the exact thing is happening inside the storm. Thank you, Nova, for becoming a moderate velocity member. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the velocities. Also, thank you, Robbie, for the $9.99. I appreciate that. Thank you. We are officially done. I am so happy. Like literally this past week, we've been balancing live streams and final exams like crazy. It's been pretty crazy. And for anybody that has ever been in college working a full-time job or something, I just want to throw it out there. Like it can be a lot of work. Thank you, KJ, for becoming a minimum velocity member as well. Also, thank you, Kevin, for the $5 super chat. Heading to Oklahoma City tonight out of Dallas. As a truck driver, you should be fine. If you're leaving now, you should be fine. I mean, these storms are not going to catch up to you for at least a couple more hours. Here's the future radar for tonight. By around 12 or so, they'll probably be near you. 12 o'clock or so, they'll start approaching the Dallas-Fort Worth area with mainly damaging winds. This is by 1 to 2 in the morning, and they'll continue to track east by 3 to 4. They're moving eastbound again. Majority of this action will probably be overnight tonight. But if you leave sooner rather than later, you'll be fine. Thank you, Andrew, for becoming a minimum velocity member as well. Thank you, Gary. Appreciate it. Yeah, I do apologize once again for those that were hoping for weather coverage earlier today. I mean, again, I had a final exam. Couldn't really do much about it, but... Alright, my friend did say he's watching the stream. He said that he's down to do the PC building on a live stream. So, for those that are members of the channel, you guys can tune into our PC building live stream for a new computer that we'll be building for this weather studio. That'll be sometime probably next week. I don't know the day or time. It depends on when the parts get in and also when we're both available. So, Brad, there are multiple different models, but the HRRR is the one I mainly use. Again, you got to be a member of the channel to watch that. Again, it's probably going to be about an hour or two long or so. So, I got to become a member for this. I'm not intentionally making this members only. I'm not trying to make it like a paywall. I'm just the reason why is because I don't want to stream on this channel that is public, that is not weather coverage. It would just look weird. It would look like there's a scam or something going on. I don't know if you've ever seen those scams about like Elon Musk or crypto or whatever it might be. Like those things are popping up sometimes on channels. Any confirmed tornadoes? I mean, we've had about 6 different tornadoes at least today. This one produced a tornado that we're looking at right now, but it's no longer producing that. And then the storms back over in Texas, we had a few tornadoes down that direction. What processor am I going with? Let me check. I have a list of parts. AMD Ryzen 7 7700X 4.5 GHz 8-core processor. That's the one that we currently have. With all the donations we've gotten recently just for this PC build, I might even go a little bit more than that, just so we have more longevity of it. It's at least a good value option for now. AMD 8-core 9500X or bust. How much is that? The one I have right now is $300 just for that part specifically. I mean, there's a bunch of parts, but that's the first part there. We have a cluster of storms, by the way, near Grinnell and Oakley. Mostly damaging winds, but it's all outflow driven up here. So these storms at this point, they're not really too concerning in Kansas. These ones are still discreet. There's still a low tornado risk with that as it moves to the east slowly. A graphics card? It's a GeForce RTX 4070 right now. It's a dual. The dual OC. Thank you, Peter, for the $10 super chat. What do you think will happen on the huge... what do you think happened on the huge Oklahoma tornado yesterday? They rated it a high EF1 tornado. So that's the current rating. But with that said, it was a tornado that was very strong on radar, and there just wasn't many... there was like 2 things that were damaged there, so there wasn't anything rated higher than that. For that tornado. I mean, again, the problem was there was only 2 I mean, it wasn't really a problem, but the problem rating it is that there were only 2 buildings hit by that tornado. So if there were more places hit by that tornado, we would probably have it as a higher rating. But again, EF damage is based off of damage. It's not based off of winds on radar most of the time. What about giving Radar Omega settings class? I mean, we could do something like that too for members. I'm not going to make it public again, but could always do that. I mean, we have color tables if you want to download them. They're on our Discord server. The link's down below. I will be doing live streams for hurricane season. Yeah, we'll do live streams. If there's any hurricanes, we've done that for the last few years. We'll do it this year too. That Hollister tornado had easily been EF4 to EF5 level winds. I mean, that's probably what it was, but again, there just wasn't really anything damaged. It was it was a very rural area. I think 2 buildings suffered damage, and I don't even think they were directly hit, but I could be wrong. Yeah, I don't know 100% the details on it, but that's at least from what I've seen and heard. Chrome is our RAM crap every time. That's true. Chrome takes up a bunch of RAM. I mean, this laptop is up to 32 gigabytes of RAM. We had to upgrade it from 16 to 32 because it was getting out of hand. And that happened about half a year ago. But even then, we're still having issues. Mostly on the CPU end, though. How was the exam? It wasn't bad. It was pretty easy. Yeah, I don't know what I got on it, but I thought it wasn't too bad. Yeah, this new... we're going to start with 64 gigabytes on this new computer for RAM. And then we can always upgrade from there. We'll have enough space for upgrading. Again, we're going big on this computer. I mean, I'm not cheaping out here because it's a big investment, and with these live streams and with all of you guys that watch them now, again, I want them to make sure that they're at least somewhat quality. And we've had some issues with quality recently. I want to add more Storm Chasers to these coverages. Like I don't want just one, because we're kind of limited to one right now because of these issues. But once we get more than one, the sky's the limit with a new computer, because it would just be able to run it much smoother with having multiple chaser feeds and multiple live cams. So, that will definitely help. The storm up near Wakini is now weakened to a strong storm, and then this one is still producing 2-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and there is still a tornado possible label on this near Ransom and Brownell here in Kansas. Can mine crypto during all that. I don't think that's what I'm going to be doing on there. Dave, mostly it's just contract stuff. Sulfur was confirmed in EF3. Yes, that was confirmed as an EF3. That was a few days ago. We're talking about the large tornado near Hollister yesterday night, or last night. And once again, that was a pretty strong tornado. I can quickly, actually, I can do radar history on here. We could just show you guys again if you didn't see it already. I'm guessing a lot of you guys saw it because it was kind of trending on Twitter, for the record. I mean, it was like very popular. One of my posts decided to kind of pop off on there too. Well, this goes far back enough. Yeah, this was the tornado last night. It was near Hollister. And once again, this tornado that happened, I mean, again, it was just, it was a very rural area, and I don't know what the exact time it was on the ground, but it was on the ground for a while. But again, it did something very weird. Again, this is your, like, kind of drunk tornado that went backwards here. Like that. So, it's pretty interesting. I mean, that was last night. This is not live. This is last night, but... and then after that tornado happened, we also got another tornado that developed here that went strong. I think that one was EF2, I believe. I could be wrong again. I'm trying to remember what I saw earlier today, but that was, I believe, in EF2 on the northwest side of Granfield. And that was our first ever, from what I've heard, our first ever anti-cyclonic tornado. That was a PDS tornado at the same time. And it's kind of a useless stat, but that's at least, again, what I've heard. I don't think there's ever been another PDS like that in the past, but it's anti-cyclonic. Can I show the one in Sulfur? You can go back and watch my last my live stream from that day if you want. I mean, it's kind of hard to look at those storms though, because they're not like close to a radar site. So it's, I mean, I could. It's just, again, you won't be able to see much other than the CC drop. Because the velocities just weren't very impressive on that. Another tornado possible in Texas right now? Yeah, there's been a couple down here. Oh, here it is. It's actually a new one. This is southwest of Vernon. Kewanna, Texas. We have a live cam there. What's it looking like right now? I have it on my right side of your screen there. Our rotation is actually going to be going toward Crowell, Texas. This is live right now in Kewanna, Texas on Virtual Railfan. It was live. Oh, now it's still... Nope, still live. All right. Thought we lost it for a second. Thank you, Lopez, for the $4.99. Will Edmond, Oklahoma be okay overnight? Yeah, you should be fine. Again, just have ways to receive alerts in case you get isolated wind or hail or a brief tornado threat. Yeah, this is again live in Kewanna. Lots of lightning on this storm. Yeah, I've seen velocity mode run out of colors before. We had that last night. I mean, it ran out of colors. We couldn't see anything on radar. Yeah, this is a storm again near Kewanna, Texas. Yeah, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. If you've been enjoying the stream so far, make sure to like the stream. Even though I don't think it really does anything, you can go ahead and like the stream if you want. And I do appreciate you guys again tuning in today's live coverage. We'll be live again for a little bit longer to see if anything does happen. Right now we are, how long are we into today's stream? We're about 3 hours in, so we'll probably stay live for around 40 more minutes or so. And if nothing happens between now and the next 40 minutes that's significant, and things just kind of stay marginal, we'll wind down the stream then. But we'll still at least be live probably for the next 30 or 40 minutes, just in case anything does happen. I mean, this storm again rotating near Crowell, Texas. So this is definitely of interest right now in Texas. Trampoline rating for extreme northeast Kansas. It's a low threat. Low risk. You get over 1,000 likes on a stream, YouTube will push it out more. I don't know about that. I don't know if there's any correlation to this stuff. I don't personally know about it. I hear people always talking about the like button, but like, I've never really promoted it. I don't think it does anything. I could be wrong, but maybe it does. Who knows? Well, Hastings, Nebraska, see anything? Not really. Yeah, if you do see anything, it's mostly going to be isolated damaging winds. Not super concerned about that threat. We are watching for rotation in this storm. We got a live cam on the right side of your screen, which we can probably just go full cam to it again. In Kewanna, Texas. Oh, actually, look at this storm. We got something in the background here. By the looks of it. Right in here. Might be able to see a cloud base or something there in the middle. This is again on Virtual Railfan. The live camera feed on this storm. It's kind of hard to see. I saw it before I put it on live cam, but there's like a little bit something of that back there. Maybe the cloud base or something. Again, this is just to the west of Wichita Falls. Lots of lightning at the bare minimum. And this is the other camera looking the other way. Oh, maybe they're zooming in. Oh, I think they're zooming into the train that's coming. I could be wrong. Or maybe they are zooming in. Maybe whoever's on I don't know who controls these cameras, but they might be watching the stream right now. They were zooming into whatever I was looking at. There might be something. Maybe they see something. I don't know. But there's something kind of there in the background that I thought I saw. It's hard to tell. It's nighttime and there's a lot of lightning, but it looked like some sort of cloud-based structure in the background. But either way, there is a lot of lightning with the storm. And again, this is in Kewanna, Texas, on the Virtual Railfan live camera. We'll keep a close eye on that in case anything happens there. But once again, this storm is rotating south of Crowell. The Kewanna storm is mostly wind and that's it, basically. Wind and lightning. But this storm near Crowell has a little bit of rotation. So watch that closely. You're running the camera in Kewanna? Oh, are you? Okay. Gotcha. He's here on the stream. He's running the camera. That's the area of circulation. Again, that's... There's my mouse again. I've dropped my mouse now twice in the past 2 streams. Alright. But again, that's the area of rotation near Crowell, Texas. Not tornado warned, but there is some rotation there. Moving northeast. Definitely a damaging wind threat with all those bright blue colors. That's where the main threat right now for wind is on this storm. There is something on this camera. I mean, at least the storm is moving in. I don't really see any sort of lowering here, but there is something there in the background. Oh, let me put this back to live. I have to refresh it. When that lightning flashes, you can kind of see the approaching storm a little bit there. Probably, it might be a shelf cloud or something like that. Don't have a great visual on it, just due to the fact that, again, it's nighttime. It's hard to see this sort of stuff at night, but... Hey, bike for the $4.99. You're fine. I mean, again, isolated wind is really the main concern at this point for that area. Once again, this is on Virtual Railfan, the live camera in Kewanna, Texas. Lots of lightning, but not really seeing anything. There's a little bit of, again, a little cloud base and maybe a shelf cloud, but just nothing super definitive. That lightning is crazy, I gotta say. We got a lot of lightning on these storms. See all that lightning up here right now. I'd watch this a little bit. There might be a little bit of rotation as well here. This is back over in southwest Oklahoma. I mean, near El Dorado. Watch that closely as well. A couple of different storms here. Thank you, Anthony, for the $10 super chat for the computer. Have you looked at perhaps a full-blown server with Intel Exon multi-core processors and several... I don't even know what these words are. I would be honest with you. I mean, the person that's building or going to build my computer basically put this entire thing together. So I'm just trusting what his opinion is at this point, and we'll kind of go from there. I don't know what any of that means, though, to be honest with you. Ohio, though, overall, probably not going to see any severe weather. You could see some showers and storms on maybe Saturday or Friday, but the threat of severe weather is quite low at this point. I'm not expecting anything significant for Ohio, at least over the next few days. And really over the next week. The person that is building my computer that is watching this stream just said, the server does not fit my needs. So, there you go. Check out the rotation in Kansas. Still a TP on that one. Alright, talking about this. I think this is just mostly wind. And it's still outflow driven. That's not really rotation, I don't think. Eastbound. Actually, might be something there. I think it's wind and contamination. I think the contamination from the hail looks like that's hail right there. Let's check the CC. Yeah, so we got hail. That's all contamination right there. Can't rule out a land spout, but mostly just contamination there. Tornado watch does end in 40 minutes, by the way. So the tornado threat, again, should be at least a little bit lower out of these storms in Oklahoma and Texas. But I'm watching this storm near El Dorado a little bit. Again, we do have a little bit of rotation on this near El Dorado, Oklahoma. Yeah, it might not be much, but it's something. This is right near Hollis, Golden, East Duke, just west of Altus. If you want to download the weather app I'm using, it's at the very bottom of the description. Just an FYI. I have a lot of people that ask about it. I'll be running 6 monitors is currently the plan. I'll be buying 3. We have 3 right now, so we'll buy 3 more, and we'll have 6 monitors total. I have a monitor stand that's gonna be coming. I'm gonna have to get a new desk, I think, because this desk is just not gonna work. So, yeah, it's a big investment, as I said before. We got a lot of stuff coming, and once it's all done, I will do a studio tour that'll be posted to our members only on YouTube. It'll be posted to Twitter, and it'll be posted to Facebook. It will not be posted publicly on YouTube because, once again, it's not a video that is weather related. But it will be posted again to platforms like Facebook and Twitter, where you don't have to pay to see it. I'm just, again, saying it's gonna be members only here on YouTube. Same thing with a PC building stream, because I don't feel like doing a multi-stream for that. I'll also be members only. Anything non-weather related basically goes as members only. Yeah, bad storms in the United Kingdom? Really? I'm surprised by that. Usually the United Kingdom doesn't see much. When it comes to storms, at least. It's usually not too shabby. Just tuning in, we are looking at an area of unwarned rotation here in southwest Oklahoma. Again, we'll stay alive for a little bit longer in case this does try to do anything, and also the storm down to the south of this in Texas near Crowell is also rotating. So we're kind of watching both of these storms right now. we're not going to be running 6 monitors on a MacBook, for the record. Check out the 42-inch OLED monitors. They're only $1,000 each. I'm not going $1,000 each on some monitors, for the record. We're not going that high. I was thinking maybe like 200 a piece, maybe at most. I think that's even a bit much. I don't know what we're looking at yet for monitors, but they'll probably all be the same kind of monitor, because just to keep it consistent. Go all out. I mean, we're kind of going all out on the computer, or almost all out. And then the monitors, I mean, again, we don't need anything fancy for monitors. Thank you, Mike, for becoming a Velocity member. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the Velocities. I mean, there's good monitors for like 200. We don't need this like mega gaming sort of, you know, monitor. I mean, we don't need that. This is not a gaming project. It's, again, just it's weather coverage. We don't need anything crazy. High refresh rate. I mean, yeah, we'll be getting like 120 hertz probably, or something, or 60 hertz. I mean, the current one I'm using right now is, I think it's 120 hertz or 144. I think it's 144. We have now a destructive supercell in Kansas. This is producing 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So once again, this is a destructive storm for Hoxie and Tasco, where an automated weather site just reported an 80-mile-per-hour wind gust in Seguin, Kansas. And this is a dangerous storm if you are near Hoxie or Grinnell, northeast of Oakley, Kansas. Again, that is 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds on this storm. That is moving east, southeast, and southeast right now. That is pretty intense. That's a strong downburst right there. Hoxie, thank you. Hoxie, Kansas. Thank you, Andrew, for the $3.99. How many tornadoes total tonight? I think we've had at least 6, maybe more than that. Let me check. I don't know if we have storm reports updated here. We've at least had 7. So 7 tornadoes at this point. The storm that's north of Ransom still has hook echo. It's kind of crazy. Once again, if you're just tuning in, this is a destructive supercell that is currently ongoing near Hoxie, Kansas, with damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour currently. Once again, if you are in this warning, you need to seek shelter immediately. This is a dangerous situation. Obviously, storms like this you might not think are dangerous, but this is essentially like an EF0 or tornado that is ripping across a large area. So just keep that in mind. Also, I need to order DoorDash for food, and I'm going to be getting Papa John's. So people that keep asking about pizza, I'm getting pizza. And again, this is all on Larry. So whoever Larry is, I don't know if Larry's been in the chat, but whoever Larry is that gave the $40 DoorDash gift card. I really do appreciate you a lot. It closes soon. Gotta use it. Well, Papa John's. Haze? This storm still has a tornado possible. I mean, if you're in Haze, I'd stay vigilant on this, but it's still, again, a little ways out from Haze. It's still very slow moving, and it could weaken before it gets there. Hey, Tanya, for becoming a minimum velocity member as well. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the velocities. Once again, this is the storm right now that's producing 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds near Hoxie, Kansas, and it's going to be moving towards Moreland here pretty soon. Tell, no. It's an interesting question, but no. I do appreciate the $4.99. But I've never been nervous. I mean, I love doing this. I have no nerves really whatsoever. I would say really, I mean, I've gotten nervous before, but it's very rare. The only time that I've really ever been nervous on a live stream was probably when we peaked at like 16,000 viewers. We've done it a couple times recently, but I've been a little bit more nervous when that happens. It's like, why are so many people watching all of a sudden? Like, it gets a little bit weird when that happens, but otherwise, I'm not really nervous. I mean, again, I love doing this stuff. Anson, Texas. Do a quick look at that. Your main concern is damaging winds. And that's about it. I'm not really looking at anything else there. It's all from that activity that's going through Hamlin right now. It's about to be going right through Anson, north side of Abilene. No cheese curds. Culver's is closed. How am I going to get cheese curds if they're closed? Thank you, Anthony, as well, for becoming a minimum velocity member. We appreciate it, and welcome to the velocities. Just found your channel tonight. You're great. I do appreciate it. One day there will be over 100K watching. There's no way. That's a lot of people. That's like a football stadium. No way that's happening. Go to B-dubs for cheese curds. B-dubs cheese curds are honestly the best. I gotta say they're better than Culver's, and I'm not trying to, make a huge ruckus here. I know, we're a big Culver's fan here. We should be sponsored, but we're not. But honestly, B-dubs with their Southwest Ranch and their cheese curds, they're so good. Like, I would say they're better. I don't think they're as healthy, but they're definitely better. Which, I mean, cheese curds to begin with aren't healthy, but fighting words. Everybody gasps in the crowd. No, but honestly, I do think they're better. I'm still live? I've only been live for 3.5 hours. This is actually a relatively short live stream for what it is. Usually we go live for like 8 or 10 hours recently. Sonic mozzarella sticks are the best? I've never actually had those. Start showing weather cams from Culver's. Yeah, we should do like a licensing thing. We should ask Culver's if we can put live cams in their buildings in exchange for some cheese curds. I didn't know what Culver's was till I saw your streams. I'm telling you, we need a sponsorship with Culver's, like ASAP. We need it, and we need it now. I don't know what's holding back here. Culver's just needs to give me a call. Come on, let's do it. Bring in an epic stuffed crust pizza. This is gonna last me like a week. Any digs for the 199 tornado concerns in Parker County tonight? It's a very low risk, and that includes anywhere in North Texas. I think it should stay near zero because of how much of the, like, all these storms right now are outflow driven, so it should remain a low risk. But I would still stay weather aware just in case. I wouldn't be panicking or concerned if you're in Texas. Honestly, I think most of these storms again are, for the most part, a wind and hail threat, and even hail is kind of a low threat at this point. But maybe a brief tornado or two. Hey, Conley for the 499. I'm glad you're. I'm actually surprised. We have some TikTok people, or some people that come from TikTok that watch these streams now, which is funny. Now, I haven't really paid. I don't do a whole lot on TikTok now, but I do appreciate your 499, and I'm glad you at least found me some way. And I'm glad they actually help you. We haven't had any videos recently on YouTube, so there's nothing new on TikTok. But most of the TikTok uploads nowadays are just re-uploads of the videos from YouTube. For the record, the 1 million view TikTok. Is that where, I mean, who has seen that TikTok on Twitter, or that TikTok on Twitter? Yes, a TikTok on that 1.2 million view one or whatever. Who has actually seen that in the chat? I am curious. And did you find me through that? If you watch that TikTok, I am actually curious on that, because I've had a few people say they found me through that, which is shocking because there's, again, no credit on that at all. It's crazy how many views it has. Yeah, there's a lot of views on that TikTok. What is a good side item, by the way, at Papa John's? Anybody got any recommendations? What's the TikTok? I mean, it was just a random TikTok somebody uploaded. Thank you, Hart, for the 499. I worked at Culver's and I've been there for 6 years. I can try to hook you up. I do appreciate it. It's actually pretty ironic. We do have some Culver's workers here. That you're not the first, but that's, I think, the longest term I've seen so far in the chat, which is pretty crazy. I saw garlic parm sticks. I think that's what we're going to go with. Garlic parm breadsticks. Yes. It's apparently been ordered by a lot of other people. We're going to go with that. And for a dessert, what are we thinking for a dessert? We got the Oreo cookie Papa Bites. We got the chocolate chip cookie. And we also got the cinnamon Pull Aparts. And we got a double chocolate chip brownie. Which one are we thinking here? I need a stream on Twitch. Twitch is impossible to gain traction on. I could stream on there and it would probably get no views. It's not a platform that people really pay attention to, especially for weather. More of a gaming platform. I'm seeing a lot of brownies, so we're gonna go with the brownie. Okay. Alright. It's an 8-inch brownie? How large is that? Just through my tape measure. That's a large brownie. This is 8 inches. Holy crap. What? How's that 8 inches? Excuse me? I would like to know how it's that big. Sorry guys, I don't have a great sense of measurements. I need a ruler. I had a ruler to measure my, my monitors yesterday, and I had no clue what I was looking at. My monitors? Yes, my monitors. Thank you. Oh god, okay, this this got taken the wrong way. Alright. It's over. Hey, we're gonna be left as a meme now on whatever platform that goes to. That's fantastic. Well, it was a good run. That is a clip. My bad. That's not what we're... Alright. It's over. It's over. Holy cow. That is gonna be one for the ages. I screenshot at the wrong moment. Oh god. Next 1 million views on TikTok. Yep, it's going on TikTok. It's gonna be everywhere. Yippee. How exciting. Guys, we're talking about a brownie. Can we please be respectable here? All right. Alrighty, Papa John's is coming. Cool. Got DoorDash on the way. It's a quiet night for tornadoes. I mean, the main threat was when I was not online. Again, we were there were multiple tornadoes in the Texas Panhandle. I just again wasn't live because of the exam. I got Parmesan breadsticks, I got a cheese stuffed pizza, and then we also got a brownie, which is 8 inches. I'll have to get some pizza tomorrow. I haven't had pizza in a while. I'm gonna eat good tonight. Whoever Larry is, I do appreciate whoever Larry is with the $40 DoorDash gift card that they sent me. I've never had somebody send me a gift card like that before, so it's pretty interesting. Once again, if you're just tuning in, we do still have a destructive storm here near Hoxie, Kansas, that is still producing the threat of damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour, or it may still be producing that threat. You have a new warning in Oklahoma for damaging winds up to 60. Looks like we might have a little bit of something there. It's mostly wind, but maybe a little bit of a rotation area. And then the storm going towards Vernon, Texas, mainly a wind threat at this point. Still a possibility for a tornado, but it's still a pretty low chance at this point here in Texas and Oklahoma. Oh, this chat has gone out of control. It has gone out of control. Twitter? I'll check Twitter. I don't see anything on Twitter unless I'm missing it. Unless this was a while ago. Somebody mentioned Culver's and said you should totally sponsor Max Velocity. Oh man. Yeah, I don't see anything mentioned unless it was older. Nothing recent. I mentioned in a lot of stuff, so it might have been something older. EF8 tornado. Yes, we have EF8 tornado in progress. Oh my goodness. I'm actually curious though to see what this brownie looks like in all seriousness, which I can't even be serious anymore. It's gone out of control. I mean, like, I'm actually curious because I've never seen a Papa John's brownie before. Oh, this is so cursed. It is so cursed ever since I took out the tape measure. Oh Lord, this is just this stream is just, it's gone to crap so fast. Oh Lord. All right. Trying to stay serious here, but I really can't. I can just see all the clips already. What are we even talking about? Yeah, if you're just joining in, I'm sorry. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm sorry. it's yeah, we're not even gonna go back into it. Oh, did you, Misty? Where is it? Is that messages or something, or is that, did you at me in it? Yeah, Misty, let me know where you sent that to me. I'm actually curious. I wanted to see that. Messages? How long ago was it? How many hours or minutes ago? Thank you, Art, for the 199. Yep, pretty much. Yeah, Missy, just let me know how long ago it was. Last night? Can you message me again real quick? Just send me like a quick message so you bring it to the top so I can see it. I have so many messages, like it's insane, so. The most fun chat in 2 years as a mod? Yeah, honestly, we're blaming the tape measure on this one. I mean, there's nothing else to blame. It's this thing. This is to blame at this point. Thank you, Missy. Appreciate it. I'll look in a second. Still got some rotation here on this storm near Crowell. We're gonna keep a close eye on this. Thank you, Steve, for the $8 super chat. Oh Lord, this is. I don't know if it was the right time for it. Do appreciate it though. Thanks for the $8 super chat. Late night streams? Yeah, I mean this happens sometimes. This used to happen more often. I mean, not like this, but like we used to have some crazy stuff back when we had late streams. Anything after 11 p.m. is just, it's a no-go. Joanne, no, thank you. We're not gonna have a no. just no. Missy, if you resent it, by the way, I haven't gotten a message on Twitter, so. Bro, oh my god, dude, oh Lord, I'm now reading a message from somebody else. Oh god, this is getting out of hand. I don't know what's going on with today, but today's gotten weird. I mean, I got a Twitter comment that's wild. I'm not gonna show it, but yeah, it is gotten very, very weird. It's Wacky Weather Wednesday. It's also Wacky Weather Wednesday, Weather Streams Wednesday. I mean, this is just a wacky day. Thank you, James, for becoming a minimum velocity member. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the velocities. Your laugh calms my storm anxiety. It's not intentional. I'm not trying to laugh, but so many things that have just happened in the last few minutes here. We do have a new severe thunderstorm watch that has just been issued for southwest Oklahoma and north central Texas. So this is, again, primarily for the area here with the threat for damaging winds, hail, and maybe a brief tornado as the main concern. Misty, if you're still here, by the way, I haven't gotten a re-message. Is it a full moon? I don't even know what the moon is. I couldn't tell you. Now, as a weather person, I cannot tell you what the moon is today, because I just have not been paying attention to the moon at all recently. That tornado isn't spectacular. There's some crazy AI generated tornadoes on Twitter tonight. If you want to check them out, again, we have a bunch of those retweeted on our Twitter page at MaxVelocityWX. Guys, we're not doing a max velocity tape measure for merchandise. Just no. Absolutely not. Okay, sounds good, Misty. Dude, there's no way. There's just no way. Oh my god. Guys, this has gotten out of hand. Oh lord. This has gotten out of hand. It's so out of hand. Thank you, Justin, for the $5 super chat. I don't even know what that means. I'm gonna be honest with you. Oh my goodness. I'm crying. I mean, this has never happened on a stream before. I mean, this is just so out of left field. We should never order Papa John's to begin with. I think that's the first mistake that we made. By the way, this rotation on this storm is broadened out again, so still watching for a low tornado risk, but it's broadened out again. I'm so rewinding. I don't recommend you rewinding, honestly. I wouldn't if I were you. I just no. Just don't. It's not a good idea. All right. Well, we already have our first clip on Twitter of that moment. That's fantastic. I haven't had Papa John's in a while. I've actually never had Papa John's, for the record. So, you know. I'm never ordering from Papa John's again. Unless it's a 10 out of 10. Or I should say 8 out of 8, really. But 10 out of 10. We're not ordering from it again. It's all wind, by the way, near Altus. I'm not seeing any rotation. Same thing with Vernon. I think it's mostly wind now. But we'll stay live for a little bit longer in case anything happens. Is this in Nebraska? This isn't. I don't know what Nebraska's even looking at right now. Let's look. Most of the storms in Nebraska are just strong. Yeah, you can see. I mean, it's mostly clustered strong storms here throughout Nebraska. For this being my second stream, I can say this is very interesting. If this is your first stream here, I apologize. This is not the kind of content that is typical here. This is not the type of chat that we usually have. The fact that 5,000 people are watching this is just bonkers. Looks like you missed a good one. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, again, don't rewind is all I'll have to say. This stream went from being a solid weather coverage to Papa John's. That's all I'm gonna say. Went to Papa John's. We might need a Papa John sponsorship after all this, honestly. Culver's, Papa John's. What else do we need? I mean, General Zay, I'm not seeing anything. Like, I mentioned it, but it's mostly wind. It's mostly a damaging wind threat up to 60 miles per hour. All right, we just had a super chat train here. Thank you, Joanne, for the $5 super chat. Need an official tape measurement on that when it shows up. Oh my god. I don't even know when it's gonna show up. I'll let you know. I mean, if we're still live, I'll probably do that just in case. But you know, thank you, Sweet, for the $8 super chat. No way we're doing another $8 super chat, guys. Let's not do more $8 super chats, please, for my sanity. Andrew, that tornado in Oklahoma that was large, that was near Hollister, it's currently rated at a high EF1. And again, that's based off of damage that happened, which was not much because it was such a rural area. Thank you, Z4, for the $20 super chat. Things just turned sideways. $20 for Taco Bell. That's for another day if we're doing Taco Bell. I mean, again, I've never DoorDashed Taco Bell, and I don't plan on it for many reasons, but I actually did have Taco Bell for lunch today, believe it or not. So I do appreciate your generous $20 super chat. This chat is still out of control. I mean, there's no way of fixing this chat. It could be like this for weeks, for the record. It could be out of control for the next couple of weeks at this rate. This chat is officially broken. Look at this. We got Reed Timmer commenting on my... This is, if you guys haven't watched this, this is my my broadcast meteorology exam from earlier today. Reed Timmer says, "Nice work, Max. You're born to do this." Pretty cool stuff. If you guys want to watch this, by the way, I'll post the link in the chat. Let me get the initial link. But if you guys want to watch it, the link's in the chat. Also, you can just follow me or find it on @MaxVelocityWX. My broadcast final exam today. Appreciate Reed. Live from the broadcast, from the Dominator when? It has to happen at some point. We'll wait and see. Again, I don't know. Reed's a busy person, and I'm also a busy person. But maybe this summer or next summer we can try to figure something out. Maybe if he still, I don't know if he still does those ride-alongs, but if he does, then I'll definitely be down. Hey, Justin, for the $8 super chat, guys, please no more $8 super chats. I need to ban that number. Ban the number from the chat. The number 8 can never be used again. Thank you, Heather. Appreciate it. Yeah, if you're on iOS, I don't think you can do custom amounts. I do appreciate your generosity, though, and... Yeah, I mean, guys, this chat is out of control. I'm glad there's no tornado warnings right now or anything like that, because if there were, this would just be horrible. I mean, our coverage would have been going down the drain. I hope we don't have any more. I mean, obviously it's been pretty quiet overall with tornado warnings. It's mostly just severe thunderstorm warnings at this point. We still do have 8 severe thunderstorm warnings, but the overall, again, severity of these storms is definitely dying down for the most part, with still some hail and wind. The wind is really the main concern at this point for the rest of tonight. Came for the weather, stayed for the memes. Oh my god. That is a quote of all time. This is a weather stream of all time today. This feels like a Twitch chat. Honestly, it does. Oh my god, we have 8 severe thunderstorm warnings. Oh my god. I didn't even realize that. Oh my goodness, guys. I mean, that's not even intentional. That literally is the number. Oh, man. Oh, this is the funniest stream I think I've had in a while. Oh, man. I'm cooked. I am cooked. Battlehawks, Kaka. Yeah, Battlehawks. I know. I'm actually a St. Louis Battlehawks fan, even though I don't live in St. Louis. Yes. We're back to 9. We're not 8 anymore. Yes. We're on 9 warnings instead of 8. At least it's not 8 anymore. This is a horrendous stream. I apologize for anybody that's watching for severe weather coverage. Again, that's kind of gone out. I mean, we've lost a lot of that at this point. Again, there's no tornado warnings, luckily, so we don't have to deal with any of that. But it's now 11:58. That's fantastic. That's fun. That is fun. Okay. If you do a chase with Reed, you should. What? I don't know what that means. When should Topeka expect storms tonight? If you get any storms, it'll probably be after midnight, probably closer to like 3. There are some storms in the area, but those are mostly just strong. The activity that you're going to be watching for is out here to the west. Main concern there, again, will be damaging winds with any severe storms there. So, again, it's a relatively low risk, though, overall. I do not have a college football team. No, I mean, I was kind of an Auburn fan at one point, but I don't really have a college football team, per se. I'm about to get my food, by the way. Just an FYI. So we will do an official. We're gonna be doing I guess a brownie measurement or something here in a minute. Guys, it tipped the driver $8. I already left the tip. I don't think I can change it. All right, I'm getting it. I'll be right back. All right. Wow, it's actually a pan of brownies. This is literally what it looks like. I don't know if I can. I don't know how I can do this without tilting this thing over. I didn't know it came in like a pan. It said $7 or something for the brownie or something like that. So I was like, wow. All right, let's do it. Let's figure out. I'm not gonna try to make this any more sus than it already is. So we're not gonna like make this sus. But all right, let's. Okay, here's the measurement. I don't know how I can. I don't know how I can show you guys. I mean, yeah, it's not 8 inches. It's it's not. It's all right. If we do a precise measurement here, all right, main screen. I don't know how I can show you guys this. I got 7.5. This is horrendous stream. I don't know why we're doing this, but I got. This is what it looks like. Here you go. This stream can never be public again. So yeah. Oh man, this is the most I've ever laughed on a stream. I mean, this is, again, so unrelated to weather, but I mean, honestly, they advertised 8, it's 7.5. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. Whew, all right. This stream is a stream of all time for weather. Don't delete the stream. I'll leave it up. It's all right. Thank you, Dylan, by the way, for the $5.75 Venmo. I do appreciate it. Appreciate your generosity. Thank you. Also, thank you to Nick for the $9.99. I don't know what you mean by the $40 on the wrong stream. What's open for DoorDash? I mean, I got Papa John's. That's all we got. So. I mean, there's not much open though. Usually around this time of the night. Best stream ever. This has been a stream of all time for weather, and I mean the last half of this hasn't really been about weather. Alrighty. Well, at this point, I'm gonna probably eat my pizza. I'm gonna eat my, other food. Just not gonna name off what it is. And we're gonna relax for the rest of the night because nothing's really too significant out there right now. We don't have any tornado warnings at this point. It's all just damaging winds, so I'm not super concerned about rest of the night. But if anything comes up, again, we can always shoot up an emergency live stream or something like that here if there's any sort of tornado warnings. But I think overall the main concern from here on out is going to be damaging winds and hail. And also thank you, Intercepted, for the $8.88. This is just so unnecessary. Thank you, Ton, for the $4.99. This is relief. It definitely is relief. Thank you, Johnny, for the $4.99. Oh my goodness. You guys are literally unhinged right now. Thank you, Melissa, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Put some hearts in the chat for Melissa. That is the highest membership level that you can get on the channel. Thank you, Melissa, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. You are crazy. I do appreciate your generosity. But yeah. Alrighty, well, that's gonna be it for today's stream. Again, most of those storms at this point are just damaging winds and hail, and I'm gonna go enjoy my food. I do appreciate everybody tuning in. Again, if you super chatted, donated, became a member, anything like that today, I really do appreciate your support. Again, we're gonna do some big upgrades to the studio over the next couple of weeks, so look forward to that. We'll have a members only stream next week at some point for the building of the computer, and we'll also probably have a members only video of the studio tour once everything is said and done. So if you want to become a member, the link is down in the description below. It's pinned in the chat, and it's also the join button down below. I appreciate everybody tuning in. It was a fun stream at the end, and I do appreciate you guys a lot. Yeah, we'll be back probably tomorrow. Honestly, we'll probably go live again tomorrow for severe weather coverage. So just make sure you subscribe to the channel, click the bell icon down below so you're notified when we go live. Like the stream if you enjoyed the stream, and we'll see you guys all again in the next one. All right. Also, thank you to anybody that subscribed, liked the stream, or watched it in general. I do appreciate you guys a lot. We'll see you guys all again in the next one. Have a great rest of your night.